you have just a crappy template website that doesn't do anything to articulate your value or show your expertise or what makes you unique, and it literally looks like a crappy template thing that just has no value to an end user, it's probably doing more harm to your brand or reputation. And anyone looking to vet you out, you're probably doing more harm there than you are any favors to yourself.
Have those conversations that build those relationships during the first year of their home ownership, right? And then after that, we're going to maintain that cadence of communicating with them once a quarter.
Well over 90% of licensed agents, actively, producing agents in this nationwide, have no knowledge about an assumption, or they've heard about it. They certainly have not done one, and they don't necessarily understand the value and how they can market themselves to clients who really are looking for this opportunity, and they haven't really picked up yet on how they can maximize their value, that offering that they can offer to prospective clients.
So let me just address that. The cost per lead is not important. Cost is about how much money you make. This is an old SaaS. It's not the cost, it's how much money you make.
When you have a target audience, a specific group of people, and you can share a relevant message with those people, that's when your marketing thrives. And your marketing budget doesn't have to be crazy because you're only spending money on the people that you really know are going to connect with the message that you're sharing.
Most agents, when they talk about database, they talk about lead receiving. I want to receive referrals. Gus, I want to receive it. But they never think about referral generation, lead generation with your database, okay? Big difference.
We created a tool that uses AI to create unique to you social media posts and captions, and it's going to post them directly to your social medias. It's a really cool tool if you're an AI nerd, if you want to get into AI, if you're already using AI. This is some really advanced tech.
The MLS already has homeowners that have listed their properties with other agents. So what you can do is find a buyer for them and represent that buyer and connect the dots.
If you have just a crappy template website that doesn't do anything to articulate your value or show your expertise or what makes you unique, and it literally looks like a crappy template thing that just has no value to an end user, it's probably doing more harm to your brand or reputation. And anyone looking to vet you out, you're probably doing more harm there than you are any favors to yourself.
Have those conversations that build those relationships during the first year of their home ownership, right? And then after that, we're going to maintain that cadence of communicating with them once a quarter.
Well over 90% of licensed agents, actively, producing agents in this nationwide, have no knowledge about an assumption, or they've heard about it. They certainly have not done one, and they don't necessarily understand the value and how they can market themselves to clients who really are looking for this opportunity, and they haven't really picked up yet on how they can maximize their value, that offering that they can offer to prospective clients.
So let me just address that. The cost per lead is not important. Cost is about how much money you make. This is an old SaaS. It's not the cost, it's how much money you make.
When you have a target audience, a specific group of people, and you can share a relevant message with those people, that's when your marketing thrives. And your marketing budget doesn't have to be crazy because you're only spending money on the people that you really know are going to connect with the message that you're sharing.
Most agents, when they talk about database, they talk about lead receiving. I want to receive referrals. Gus, I want to receive it. But they never think about referral generation, lead generation with your database, okay? Big difference.
We created a tool that uses AI to create unique to you social media posts and captions, and it's going to post them directly to your social medias. It's a really cool tool if you're an AI nerd, if you want to get into AI, if you're already using AI. This is some really advanced tech.
The MLS already has homeowners that have listed their properties with other agents. So what you can do is find a buyer for them and represent that buyer and connect the dots.
you have just a crappy template website that doesn't do anything to articulate your value or show your expertise or what makes you unique, and it literally looks like a crappy template thing that just has no value to an end user, it's probably doing more harm to your brand or reputation. And anyone looking to vet you out, you're probably doing more harm there than you are any favors to yourself.
Have those conversations that build those relationships during the first year of their home ownership, right? And then after that, we're going to maintain that cadence of communicating with them once a quarter.
Well over 90% of licensed agents, actively, producing agents in this nationwide, have no knowledge about an assumption, or they've heard about it. They certainly have not done one, and they don't necessarily understand the value and how they can market themselves to clients who really are looking for this opportunity, and they haven't really picked up yet on how they can maximize their value, that the offering that they can offer to prospective clients.
So let me just address that. The cost per lead is not important. Cost is about how much money you make. This is an old SaaS. It's not the cost, it's how much money you make.
When you have a target audience, a specific group of people, and you can share a relevant message with those people, that's when your marketing thrives. And your marketing budget doesn't have to be crazy, because you're only spending money on the people that you really know are going to connect with the message that you're sharing.
Most agents, when they talk about database, they talk about lead receiving. I want to receive referrals. Gus, I want to receive it. But they never think about referral generation, lead generation with your database, okay? Big difference.
We've created a tool that uses AI to create unique to you social media posts and captions, and it's going to post them directly to your social medias. It's a really cool tool if you're an AI nerd, if you want to get into AI, if you're already using AI. This is some really advanced tech.
The MLS already has homeowners that have listed their properties with other agents. So what you can do is find a buyer for them and represent that buyer and connect the dots.
If you have just a crappy template website that doesn't do anything to articulate your value or show your expertise or what makes you unique, and it literally looks like a crappy template thing that just has no value to an end user, it's probably doing more harm to your brand or reputation. And anyone looking to vet you out, you're probably doing more harm there than you are any favors to yourself.
Have those conversations that build those relationships during the first year of their home ownership, right? And then after that, we're going to maintain that cadence of communicating with them once a quarter.
Well over 90% of licensed agents, actively, producing agents in this nationwide, have no knowledge about an assumption, or they've heard about it. They certainly have not done one, and they don't necessarily understand the value and how they can market themselves to clients who really are looking for this opportunity, and they haven't really picked up yet on how they can maximize their value, that the offering that they can offer to prospective clients.
So let me just address that. The cost per lead is not important. Cost is about how much money you make. This is an old SaaS. It's not the cost, it's how much money you make.
When you have a target audience, a specific group of people, and you can share a relevant message with those people, that's when your marketing thrives. And your marketing budget doesn't have to be crazy, because you're only spending money on the people that you really know are going to connect with the message that you're sharing.
Most agents, when they talk about database, they talk about lead receiving. I want to receive referrals. Gus, I want to receive it. But they never think about referral generation, lead generation with your database, okay? Big difference.
We've created a tool that uses AI to create unique to you social media posts and captions, and it's going to post them directly to your social medias. It's a really cool tool if you're an AI nerd, if you want to get into AI, if you're already using AI. This is some really advanced tech.
The MLS already has homeowners that have listed their properties with other agents. So what you can do is find a buyer for them and represent that buyer and connect the dots.
If you have just a crappy template website that doesn't do anything to articulate your value or show your expertise or what makes you unique, and it literally looks like a crappy template thing that just has no value to an end user, it's probably doing more harm to your brand or reputation. And anyone looking to vet you out, you're probably doing more harm there than you are any favors to yourself.
Have those conversations that build those relationships during the first year of their home ownership, right? And then after that, we're gonna maintain that cadence of communicating with them once a quarter.
Well over 90% of licensed agents, actively, producing agents in this nationwide, have no knowledge about an assumption, or they've heard about it. They certainly have not done one, and they don't necessarily understand the value and how they can market themselves to clients who really are looking for this opportunity, and they haven't really picked up yet on how they can maximize their value, that the offering that they can offer to prospective clients.
So let me just address that. The cost per lead is not important. Cost is about how much money you make. This is an old SaaS. It's not the cost, it's how much money you make.
When you have a target audience, a specific group of people, and you can share a relevant message with those people, that's when your marketing thrives. And your marketing budget doesn't have to be crazy, because you're only spending money on the people that you really know are going to connect with the message that you're sharing.
Most agents, when they talk about database, they talk about lead receiving. I want to receive referrals. Gus, I want to receive it. But they never think about referral generation, lead generation with your database, okay? Big difference.
We created a tool that uses AI to create unique to you social media posts and captions, and it's going to post them directly to your social medias. It's a really cool tool if you're an AI nerd, if you want to get into AI, if you're already using AI. This is some really advanced tech.
The MLS already has homeowners that have listed their properties with other agents. So what you can do is find a buyer for them and represent that buyer and connect the dots.
If you have just a crappy template website that doesn't do anything to articulate your value or show your expertise or what makes you unique, and it literally looks like a crappy template thing that just has no value to an end user, it's probably doing more harm to your brand or reputation. And anyone looking to vet you out, you're probably doing more harm there than you are any favors to yourself.
Have those conversations that build those relationships during the first year of their home ownership, right? And then after that, we're gonna maintain that cadence of communicating with them once a quarter.
Well over 90% of licensed agents, actively, producing agents in this nationwide, have no knowledge about an assumption, or they've heard about it. They certainly have not done one, and they don't necessarily understand the value and how they can market themselves to clients who really are looking for this opportunity, and they haven't really picked up yet on how they can maximize their value, that offering that they can offer to prospective clients.
So let me just address that. The cost per lead is not important. Cost is about how much money you make. This is an old SaaS. It's not the cost, it's how much money you make.
When you have a target audience, a specific group of people, and you can share a relevant message with those people, that's when your marketing thrives. And your marketing budget doesn't have to be crazy, because you're only spending money on the people that you really know are going to connect with the message that you're sharing.
Most agents, when they talk about database, they talk about lead receiving. I want to receive referrals. Gus, I want to receive it. But they never think about referral generation, lead generation with your database, okay? Big difference.
We've created a tool that uses AI to create unique to you social media posts and captions, and it's going to post them directly to your social medias. It's a really cool tool if you're an AI nerd, if you want to get into AI, if you're already using AI. This is some really advanced tech.
The MLS already has homeowners that have listed their properties with other agents. So what you can do is find a buyer for them and represent that buyer and connect the dots.
If you have just a crappy template website that doesn't do anything to articulate your value or show your expertise or what makes you unique, and it literally looks like a crappy template thing that just has no value to an end user, it's probably doing more harm to your brand or reputation. And anyone looking to vet you out, you're probably doing more harm there than you are any favors to yourself.
Have those conversations that build those relationships during the first year of their home ownership, right? And then after that, we're going to maintain that cadence of communicating with them once a quarter.
Well over 90% of licensed agents, actively, producing agents in this nationwide, have no knowledge about an assumption, or they've heard about it. They certainly have not done one, and they don't necessarily understand the value and how they can market themselves to clients who really are looking for this opportunity, and they haven't really picked up yet on how they can maximize their value, that the offering that they can offer to prospective clients.
So let me just address that. The cost per lead is not important. Cost is about how much money you make. This is an old SaaS. It's not the cost, it's how much money you make.
When you have a target audience, a specific group of people, and you can share a relevant message with those people, that's when your marketing thrives. And your marketing budget doesn't have to be crazy because you're only spending money on the people that you really know are going to connect with the message that you're sharing.
Most agents, when they talk about database, they talk about lead receiving. I want to receive referrals. Gus, I want to receive it. But they never think about referral generation, lead generation with your database, okay? Big difference.
We've created a tool that uses AI to create unique to you social media posts and captions, and it's going to post them directly to your social medias. It's a really cool tool if you're an AI nerd, if you want to get into AI, if you're already using AI. This is some really advanced tech.
The MLS already has homeowners that have listed their properties with other agents. So what you can do is find a buyer for them and represent that buyer and connect the dots.
If you have just a crappy template website that doesn't do anything to articulate your value or show your expertise or what makes you unique, and it literally looks like a crappy template thing that just has no value to an end user, it's probably doing more harm to your brand or reputation. And anyone looking to vet you out, you're probably doing more harm there than you are any favors to yourself.
Have those conversations that build those relationships during the first year of their home ownership, right? And then after that, we're going to maintain that cadence of communicating with them once a quarter.
Well over 90% of licensed agents, actively, producing agents in this nationwide, have no knowledge about an assumption, or they've heard about it. They certainly have not done one, and they don't necessarily understand the value and how they can market themselves to clients who really are looking for this opportunity, and they haven't really picked up yet on how they can maximize their value, that the offering that they can offer to prospective clients.
So let me just address that. The cost per lead is not important. Cost is about how much money you make. This is an old SaaS. It's not the cost, it's how much money you make.
When you have a target audience, a specific group of people, and you can share a relevant message with those people, that's when your marketing thrives. And your marketing budget doesn't have to be crazy because you're only spending money on the people that you really know are going to connect with the message that you're sharing.
Most agents, when they talk about database, they talk about lead receiving. I want to receive referrals. Gus, I want to receive it. But they never think about referral generation, lead generation with your database, okay? Big difference.
We've created a tool that uses AI to create unique to you social media posts and captions, and it's going to post them directly to your social medias. It's a really cool tool if you're an AI nerd, if you want to get into AI, if you're already using AI. This is some really advanced tech.
The MLS already has homeowners that have listed their properties with other agents. So what you can do is find a buyer for them and represent that buyer and connect the dots.
just a crappy template website that doesn't do anything to articulate your value or show your expertise or what makes you unique, and it literally looks like a crappy template thing that just has no value to an end user, it's probably doing more harm to your brand or reputation. And anyone looking to vet you out, you're probably doing more harm there than you're any favors to yourself.
Have those conversations that build those relationships during the first year of their home ownership, right? And then after that, we're going to maintain that cadence of communicating with them once a quarter.
Well over 90% of licensed agents, actively, producing agents in this nationwide, have no knowledge about an assumption, or they've heard about it, they certainly have not done one, and they don't necessarily understand the value and how they can market themselves to clients who really are looking for this opportunity, and they haven't really picked up yet on how they can maximize their value, that the offering that they can offer to prospective clients.
So let me just address that. The cost per lead is not important. Cost is about how much money you make. This is an old SaaS. It's not the cost, it's how much money you make.
When you have a target audience, a specific group of people, and you can share a relevant message with those people, that's when your marketing thrives. And your marketing budget doesn't have to be crazy, because you're only spending money on the people that you really know are going to connect with the message that you're sharing.
Most agents, when they talk about database, they talk about lead receiving. I want to receive referrals. Gus, I want to receive it. But they never think about referral generation, lead generation with your database, okay? Big difference.
We've created a tool that uses AI to create unique to you social media posts and captions, and it's going to post them directly to your social medias. It's a really cool tool if you're an AI nerd, if you want to get into AI, if you're already using AI. This is some really advanced tech.
The MLS already has homeowners that have listed their properties with other agents. So what you can do is find a buyer for them and represent that buyer and connect the dots.
If you have just a crappy template website that doesn't do anything to articulate your value or show your expertise or what makes you unique, and it literally looks like a crappy template thing that just has no value to an end user, it's probably doing more harm to your brand or reputation. And anyone looking to vet you out, you're probably doing more harm there than you're any favors to yourself.
Have those conversations that build those relationships during the first year of their home ownership, right? And then after that, we're going to maintain that cadence of communicating with them once a quarter.
Well over 90% of licensed agents, actively, producing agents in this nationwide, have no knowledge about an assumption, or they've heard about it, they certainly have not done one, and they don't necessarily understand the value and how they can market themselves to clients who really are looking for this opportunity, and they haven't really picked up yet on how they can maximize their value, that the offering that they can offer to prospective clients.
So let me just address that. The cost per lead is not important. Cost is about how much money you make. This is an old SaaS. It's not the cost, it's how much money you make.
When you have a target audience, a specific group of people, and you can share a relevant message with those people, that's when your marketing thrives and your marketing budget.
It's been gone since Wednesday.
Hey
Like
guys, sorry about
it was
that.
first on Wednesday. What's up, buddy? And I was like, oh yeah, yeah, it'll just be gone for like 2, 3 days. And just when I think I'm gonna get it back, I don't. So welcome everybody. We've got Nick Baldwin with us. I'm Tristan. We're gonna be hosting this four
Oh, did
hour
we start? Oh, my
session.
bad.
Yeah, we did, buddy. It's tools, tech, and software to use for real estate in 2025, brought to you by Lab Code Agents. You see Mike on here too. He's going to be our first person that we talk to. He's with Assume List. We'll jump into that, but we're also going to be talking to RedX. We're going to be talking to Real Estate Content AI. I think Kyle's jumping in there. We're going to be talking to some other sponsors that we have. Some of them you know, some of them you don't know. So let's get started. This way we don't waste any time. And Mike can go skiing because he's in Colorado and he just showed us the most amazing image of people. There you go. People skiing and snowboarding. Nick, we've got Mike Lorino. I think you guys met. He's with Assume List. Mike, where do we start
Yeah,
with
dude,
this?
I've done lots of webinars with Mike on Assume List. I think we always get great traction on that because it's such a cool platform that is very different from a lot of the other home sites out there because a lot of people don't know, with the mortgage rates skyrocketing, a lot of people don't know, hey, they can find houses for sale and assume a mortgage that's, in the twos or threes or fours. And a lot of agents don't even know that their seller could potentially have an assumable loan.
That's right.
Exactly. Is this my turn to jump in?
Yeah, Mike, it's
Sure.
your turn, buddy. Go ahead. Jump in.
Awesome. Gentlemen, thank you so much for the opportunity. I am so thrilled and excited to be here. Always a pleasure to work with you both, talk with you both, learn from you both, learn from the audience, learn from other sponsors and partners of Lab Code Agents. Of course, I've been with you guys for a year now, and it's been just a wonderful journey. So this session today really kind of encapsulates about a year's worth of knowledge, over a year's worth of knowledge about a specific niche within the real estate industry that I firmly believe is game changing. And that is this idea of assumable mortgages. Assumable mortgages, for those, some out there are familiar with them, some are not. I'm going to just kind of do a quick baseline, right? So assumable mortgages are these government-backed loans that allow a buyer to assume a mortgage on a home for sale and keep the same terms of that mortgage. So a lot of these home sellers or sellers that have these homes for sale have a 2.5 or 2.75 or 3% mortgage rate. Well, buyers don't have to take out a new loan at 7%. They can buy these homes with these sub 3% mortgage rates. In fact, I've got one under contract right now with a buyer with a 2.25% interest rate. And this buyer is thrilled beyond all belief to have this interest rate. Basically, his mortgage payment is cut in half, or even better, cut in half from taking out a new loan at 7%. So we're going to talk about some of the pain points with assumptions, some of the value propositions, some of the language you can use, and really what this platform, the Seamless platform, is designed to solve, the problems it's designed to solve. So let's start off with just baseline knowledge, right? So anybody and everybody is eligible to assume a loan. So non-veterans can assume VA loans. Anybody, investors can assume mortgages, right? There's all these different rules and different things that people are always getting nervous about. Well, what about this scenario? What about that scenario? The bottom line is, if you're an agent, you should be talking to everybody in your network about assumptions, right? So helping buyers through this process equates to a life-changing amount of savings. It's such a big deal. It's worth getting out of our comfort zones and start talking to everybody in our database about how this opportunity can help solve problems for them in their lives. And it's not just for buyers, it's for sellers. I've worked with countless sellers, and Tristan has heard this. I've worked with so many sellers who've said, Mike, I just had a new baby, or I need to downsize, and I don't want to give up this 2.5 or 2.75% interest rate to go buy another home at 7% or 6.5% or whatever the rates are. If you can help me solve that problem, not only will you be my agent to help me buy a home, you're also going to get this listing too, and you're going to list this property for sale. So almost about half of all the assumption purchases I did last year in 2024 were double-sided transactions that I would not have had if it weren't for me helping them find a home with an assumable mortgage. So it's really helped my business grow almost exponentially. I mean, I had a record year in production in 2024. Despite interest rates did not impact my business's ability to grow. We're going to talk about that today. Go ahead, Tristan, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to jump in really quick just to remind everyone that this is recorded. We're going to also show you how Assumeless works. Nobody asked for that, but I need to show it to you because I use it. In fact, I was thinking, Mike, the other day so Mike sent us a referral to the Ventura County area. And when we talked to him, we actually went through the website with him. And it reminded me, Mike, I wanted to talk to you because you should add a feature for agents to be able to have their own site so that we have like our picture, website, and then everyone can search and people could go through and we could kind of like make it happen because this is what happens. This is why it's so beautiful. This is why we love it. When you go to assumeless.com, you find properties. If Assumeless is in your area, they're in a lot of areas. Let's just go to whatever's popping in on the right. And you see one here. It says active. I'm going to zoom in. Active. It's in Simi Valley, 817,000. If I'm going to click on this one, it's going to then populate and it's going to give me all of the information that I'm looking for. And it's right at the beginning. It tells me what type of loan it is, FHA. It tells me the interest rate, 3.77 approximately. Remaining mortgage. I mean, this is the thing that I didn't think about when I first started talking to you, Mike, besides not understanding assumable loans. You're the one who showed me. I'm not only assuming the rate, the mortgage rate, I'm assuming the amount of time that the loan has as well. Right.
Yep.
And that's crazy.
That's pretty amazing, dude.
Right. So then you got on the right, the monthly payment calculator, the down payment options. But this all of a sudden opens up a whole new world for my buyers. And in a buyer's market where their sellers are having a challenge selling their home, this opens up a whole opportunity for them. In fact, I would say, Mike, help me out with the number. I'm just going to throw it out there. About 99% of all agents that list a home have no clue that the home is assumable. Am I correct?
Guilty as charged.
Yeah, it's maybe not 99%, but it's up there. I mean, it is certainly, I would say, 7
Tristan,
out of 10.
hold on. Let me
8 out of 10.
Let me
Go ahead.
fact check that, Tristan.
Go ahead.
If it's actually 99%. Oh, I don't have any fact checking. Sorry.
I'd like to give most agents the benefit of the doubt, but the fact of the matter is, having been doing this now for 2 years, almost exclusively doing assumptions, I can share with you the vast majority of agents who list a home for sale that have an assumable mortgage, they do not know that that home has an amazing low rate mortgage that they can advertise and they can promote it. And just the idea of being able to offer buyers a home with a 2.5% mortgage, or in this case, it was a 3% change. Buyers are clamoring for this, right? And so one of the things that I like to share with agents is, like, your clients are begging for this information. There's no shortage of demand for buyers and sellers who are seeking out these opportunities. The limiting factor in this industry, this is like one of the few niches, one of the few fields in real estate where the limiting factor is not client demand. It's not trying to convince somebody that this is something they should be doing. It's the reverse. It's the client, the buyers and the sellers are begging for this, and the agents don't know how to make the best use of it. They don't have the knowledge or the information to really have those conversations or engage with their clients to help them on this journey. And so that's what Assumeless really is designed to do. And I'm gonna, if you guys don't mind, I have one slide of a little fact sheet that we just put together. Let me see if I can share my screen. Can I share my screen? I can, right? Let's do this. So we put together, like, literally, I'm just working on this today, right before this call, the 4 pain points of assumptions, right? And how Assumeless, the platform, solves all 4. The first one is the needle in the haystack, right? The first obstacle. Buyers are like, how do I find these homes with assumable mortgages? Agents, how do I find these homes with assumable mortgages? Where do they exist, right? And the fact of the matter is about 10% of all homes listed for sale, and it fluctuates from market to market, have an assumable mortgage, right? But there's no easy way to find them. There's no easy way to filter homes based on price point or interest rate or loan balance, right? Down payment requirement. So that's what Assuma solves, right off the bat. We have a platform that we can now use, and Tristan just gave us a quick little snippet of really what you can do in just a matter of seconds. Type in a zip code, type in a county, and pull up every single home with an assumable mortgage for sale in that county or location, or create a custom map, and you can see every property in seconds. You're not having to sift through tax records or past, closing data out of your MLS. The second thing that we solve is misconceptions in the marketplace. I just had an agent contact me just earlier today, saying, hey, my broker is advising me that I shouldn't engage in assumptions because they never close. It's like you're barking up a tree that you're never actually going to benefit from this. And it's just all these misconceptions about it takes 5 months to close an assumption. Veterans, if you're not a veteran, you cannot assume a VA loan, or sellers are responsible for the mortgage if the buyer defaults after closing. All this bad information, false, false, false. And so we spend a lot of time building out a learning center, and we have full-time training individuals. So Noor Simpson's my head of training, and we engage on a daily basis. We have live Q&As. We have agent-only weekly training. We offer documents, contract documents. We have fact sheets we put together. We have information, videos that we share, really to help agents understand the power of assumptions and overcoming the misconceptions. It does not take 3 or 4 months to do an assumption. The vast majority of assumptions now are in 45 days, sometimes even less, which means...
Are you saying, Mike, that agents are making assumptions and assuming things about assuming loans?
That's exactly what I'm saying, Nick, is that agents' own biases are holding them back from really taking advantage of this opportunity. Because
Tristan loves my dad jokes.
Yep. It's not buyers, not wanting this. This is agents' inability to provide this service. And it's not necessarily deliberate. In some cases it is. Some cases I've had agents deliberately say, oh, I'm not going to do an assumption. Let's help you buy a home with a traditional mortgage. And then they lose that client because the client wants to pursue an assumption. Now, not all buyers will end up buying a home with an assumable mortgage, but you've pulled them in off the sidelines. You've brought in a number of people who were otherwise not interested in pursuing a home purchase because of 7% rates. Now, all of a sudden, you're giving them an opportunity to find these properties with these amazing low interest mortgages, and they're willing to be educated on. They're willing to see what's available. Some of them will pursue it. Some of them will, once they've gone through the pre-approval process, maybe they found a home they absolutely love that's not assumable, and they proceed with the purchase anyway, right? So this is the power of assumable mortgages, is you're giving people an opportunity to purchase a home that would otherwise not even be in the market. They're not even in the marketplace. The third obstacle that we solve is this cash gap financing. A lot of agents came to us early on and said, hey, Mike, I see this home for sale in Ventura County or San Diego or Tampa or wherever they're located, but my buyer doesn't have the cash required for the down payment. The difference between the loan balance and the sales price, that cash gap, that typically is in the property that the buyer has to come up with to purchase the home and move on and get the home closed. And so we solve that problem, and we offer we partner with a couple lenders around the country that really specialize in this second mortgage program to solve this cash gap problem. And we call it primary plus secondary strategy, which really means that we are helping buyers apply once with a lender that can not only pre-approve them to go out and purchase a home, but also at the same time simultaneously pre-approve them for a second mortgage if they need it. And this is not a fixed equity loan with a high interest rate. This is what's called a purchase HELOC, home equity line of credit, which has no prepayment penalty, very competitive interest rate, and it creates a blended interest rate, say, low interest rate on the first loan, which is what they're assuming, maybe 8.5 or 9% on the second mortgage, which is a low balance, and maybe it creates a blended interest rate of 3.5 or 4%. which is significantly lower than 6.5 or 7. So it still makes sense to move forward. But the idea is that we now give buyers who maybe don't have a lot of cash available to them, give them an opportunity to still pursue an assumption. So we solve that problem for those buyers.
All right. Good
Then the
question.
last obstacle. Oh, go ahead,
Well,
Tristan.
I just want, oh, go ahead. I have a point too, but go ahead.
What was it? Shelly had a great comment, and I think you can. I wanted to tell you this before you lose track. I'm trying to get this notion going in my area, but the lenders I talk to say they're not done because there's no money in it. The LOs won't get paid, so they have no interest. How true is that, Mike?
So that's not true, right? That's another misconception with assumptions. So what they are alluding to, and I'll just kind of break this apart a little bit here to help everybody understand what that concern is. So a lender is in business to issue new mortgages, right? So a loan officer that you're going to send your buyer to is going to apply for a mortgage, and they're going to take out that new loan, and that lender is going to make money on the issuance of that loan. Well, when that buyer pursues an assumption, that means they're going to ultimately end up applying with the seller's servicer and get approval to assume the existing loan. So there is no new loan being issued. So lenders are often like, well, why would I help you with a pre-approval if there's no money in it for me? And what they're missing is there's two key critical things that they're missing. First and foremost is that about half of all buyers who initially set out to do an assumption purchase will end up purchasing a home through traditional means, meaning that pre-approval letter that lender issued will actually be used. And so why is that? Well, because remember, only about 10% of all homes listed for sale have an assumable mortgage, which means that there's 90% of homes on the market that are not assumable, right? They were purchased either with cash or they were purchased using a conventional mortgage, which generally speaking are not assumable. And so if 90% of the homes for sale are not assumable, that means that 9 out of 10 homes that a buyer could potentially go see is not available to be assumed. And so the buyers, either through their own timeline, maybe they have to find a place quickly. Maybe they really, really want to live in a certain part of town or a certain neighborhood, and there just doesn't happen to be any homes that have assumable mortgages. Or maybe they found a home that is assumable, but they're not a veteran and the seller's not willing to leave their entitlement for whatever reason, but the buyer still wants that home. So they're going to need to take out a new loan. All those circumstances really result in about half the time that pre-approval letter that lender issued will be used to issue a new loan. And the other piece of this is second mortgages. Buyers need second mortgages to close that gap for this, large down payments that often some of these sellers have in the equity in their homes. And so lenders can issue tons and tons and tons of second mortgages, but more than that, because they have that product available, they're getting significantly more applications for their primary loans. So the lender that we work with is literally his business has tripled in the last 60 days because we're just feeding him. I'm getting all my buyers pre-approved with that lender. Some of them will only use a second mortgage. Some of them will use the primary loan. But the bottom line is he is closing so many more deals, this lender that we're working with, because we're funneling so many more buyers to him. And so the lenders that understand how they can take advantage of this opportunity are really benefiting from this. And if they're closed-minded, they're really going to be missing the boat.
I'd just like to say, there's with the industry changing so much in terms of commissions and some sellers not paying them, buyers may have to pay commissions to their agent. Before it was like, okay, an agent would meet a buyer agent, there'd be no skin off the buyer's back. They could use that agent for free until they close. Now you're having to prove your value to a potential buyer just in case something would come up in terms of them having to pay you. Why would they, what value are you bringing? Well, the value I'm bringing is interest rates are 7% on average. And what if I get you one for 3% or 4%? What? How is that possible? Having this in your back pocket or in your front pocket really is super valuable. I mean, I can't think of something that wouldn't be. I bet you if you post it on Facebook, is the reason you're not buying a home because interest rates are too high? What if you could get one for 3%?
Yep.
I can do that.
So
you're going to get people asking you how.
Nick, that's an exact example that happens all the time with our subscriber agents. There's an agent in San Diego who just shared a story with me the other day. She said, I'm not going to share her name, but she's like, Mike, I contacted, normally agents like do these flyers or mailers or email campaigns, and they reach out to folks, 3 times a year or 6 times a year to try to engage their network, or, hey, if anybody has any homes to buy or sell, blah, 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 reach out to me. Well, she did that, and she just changed one line in her little marketing campaign and said, "I have access to homes with 2.5% mortgages. Reach out to me if you're interested." And she said, in a matter of minutes, she had people responding back to her inquiry that she hasn't heard from in years. People that would never give her the time of day, that she literally hasn't heard from years. Now, all of a sudden, are contacting her and say, "Can you what can you share with me? Can you send me some listings? How does it work? I need to move. I got to buy, or I need to upgrade or downgrade." And so just that one little line saying that you can offer this service is really incentivizing folks to contact their agent. I had another client agent just this morning. An agent this morning called me and said, Mike, I just got my first assumption home under contract. And the buyer called me up. As soon as we got under contract, the buyer called me and was crying on the phone. And the buyer was like telling their agent, like, this is life. I would not have had the opportunity to buy a home if we could not find a home with it's like a 3% assumable rate, and was literally just so overwhelmed with joy that they were able to do this with this agent, help them find a property with an assumable mortgage, because it's changing their life, right? It's how effective assumptions are in saving buyers $200,000 to $800,000 over the course of that loan, because they cannot get that interest rate anymore. This is a time machine, right? We're literally changing lives with this. The last obstacle I wanted to highlight is the last resistance, or last issue that we found, is servicers' resistance to close deals fast. And really what we found is it's actually not the servicer's resistance to closing deals fast. It's that the agents who are both, whether the listing agent or the buyer's agent involved in the transaction, haven't had the experience to know what the process is like to really expedite the closing, expedite the processing of the assumption itself with the servicer. And so we've just implemented what we're calling the easy button, which is a team that specializes in assumption closings and basically transaction coordination, who are literally doing 50 to 70 assumption transactions per month. And really the vast majority of cases where agents have shared, oh, it takes 3 months or 4 months to do an assumption, it's actually not the servicer delaying things. And I don't mean to stick an eye here, but most of those delays and issues that have occurred are really the result of the agents involved really not understanding what the process is like, who they need to communicate with, where the documents need to go, the fact that they have to follow up to make sure that it's got submitted and now it's in with underwriting. And then really there's things that we would otherwise leave up to the lender. When we apply for mortgage and their lender works their magic, we have, as agents, have relationship with lenders that we trust that they're going to do it and they're going to close on time. Well, the roles are kind of reversed with an assumption, and the responsibility to close on time is actually the agent's responsibility, working with the lender and ensuring things are being processed, documents are being submitted. And so a lot of agents don't realize that their role is somewhat more elevated in the assumption process. And so those that really don't want to get involved and really learn the nuances, we offer a service now that allows them to get a home under contract. Great. Let the servicer, for a nominal fee, the servicer this partner organization that we work with will process that loan for them, and has literally the phone numbers for every processor in just about every lending institution in the country to get this thing closed as fast as possible. And like I said, in most cases, it's 30 to 60 days, on average about 45 days for an assumption to close. So we've solved that problem where everyone thinks it's the servicer delaying it. In reality, it's agents not really understanding the process. We've solved that problem now too with what we're calling the easy button, which is a organization we partner with to help solve that.
All
so
right,
these are the 4 obstacles. Tristan, let's go. Any more questions? Let's go through some questions.
Well, Mike, we've got about 2 minutes left. I know you have a giveaway, so can you talk about that, and then we'll go to maybe 1 or 2 questions.
Yeah, we have. I think the giveaway is Tristan. If I recall, we're going to ask a question or two, and then whoever gets the question right, they're going to get a free month of Assume List service and some one-on-one training with me.
Perfect. Okay. So you want to ask the question or you want us to pick somebody
Want
randomly?
Well, why don't we do that? You want it? You either you can ask a question or we can have somebody. And we want the audience here to answer, right? So, what do you think? What's a good question to ask?
Let's ask it in Jeopardy format.
Go
How is
ahead.
that?
What do you got?
You ask it, Nick, then.
I don't know the question.
Make it up.
Oh, does it have to be about assumable loans?
Sure.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Shoot. You make it up.
Oh, yeah. How about
You
this? This will be really easy. And we'll pick one. All right. Here we go. Anyone who wants one free month, this is we're going to pick one person, one free month of Assume List. Just type in Assume List and we're going to randomly pick
Oh my
somebody.
God, that's
You've got to spell it right.
why doesn't the first okay.
Assume List. Assume List. Not assume
Somebody
less.
put ASSS, so they're instantly
All right. Keep
disqualified.
on typing it. We're going to pick in the next 30 seconds, 20 seconds, maybe. I'm going to randomly scroll up and down and then land on somebody. And then you're going to give me your email address and phone number, and then we'll connect with you and give you that one. And now everyone here is going to get that sheet that Mike was sharing. So we're going to send that to everyone. So don't worry. We've been using Assume List. Mike, I know you had talked to Trenton. Trenton is our director of tech. We're really looking to create some Facebook and Instagram ads to retarget our area because our area has a lot of VAs, right? Veteran VA loans, FHA loans, and really getting people in through the door that way. We really want to work with your lender. So, because again, like Sherry said earlier, we're also having the same challenge. Some of our lenders are like, no, it's too hard. We can't do it. So I'm glad I connected with you. All right, here we go. We're going to pick. I know you guys are tired of typing. Assume List. At this point, everyone knows how to spell Assume List. Let's go with Michael Snyder. Mike, everyone's typing in so fast. I think I lost you. So good thing I got you. But Michael Snyder, you are the winner. Do me a favor, type in your name and your email, send it over to me, and we'll send it over to Mike Lorino. Mike, are you still even here? First off,
I'm here. Yeah, let's do this. Let's do that. And then also, if somebody on your team can post the Assume List link for our Lab Code Agent discount. So we offer exclusive discount for Lab Code Agent members. So there we go. Yep. So if anybody wants to go to assumeless.com/labcodeagents, we do offer an exclusive 15% off monthly subscription. And I'm also going to post just a quick I think it's a 12-minute video, homes.assumeless.com/watch. And that's a very short overview of how you can use this, share this with your clients, and what Assumeless really brings to the table for you to really change the trajectory of your business for 2025. We are calling this the assumption boom of 2025. The easiest opportunity to grow your business in 2025 will be to talk to everybody in your database about assumable mortgages and offer them the opportunity to pursue it. Whether or not they actually close a deal with an assumption is not the point. It's that you are bringing folks into the fold and having those in conversations and engaging your network, and you will see how fast your closings, your number of transactions that you get under contract will go up.
perfect. Mike, go ski, have fun. We'll send you Michael Snyder's information so you've got that. Everyone, Mike Lorino with Assume List. Thanks so much, bud.
Thank you.
Thanks, man. Guys, definitely check into this because it is you're going to be a superhero to your clients, honestly.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Imagine you getting your buyer a 3% mortgage and they go tell all their friends that you did that.
Yeah, very true.
All right, Mike, have a good one, buddy.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
All right, Connor, you're our special guest. I know that Curtis was supposed to come in today, and then it was Tyler who was supposed to sit, and then you ended up with the keys to presenting prospecting tools for 2025, leads, social media, and postcards. Connor, quick intro. What do you do at RedX, and how'd you end up at this position right now presenting?
Yeah. So, everyone, great to see you. My name is Connor Snyder. I'm head of product here at RedX. So, I work with our product teams and dev teams to build the tools that you all need to get more listings. And so that's my world. And normally I don't do these webinars. We've got Curtis and Tyler. You may have seen them before, that jump on here, but they're out at some events. And so they asked me to cover it, which I love because I love talking to agents about all the cool stuff that we're building. So super excited to be here. Also super cool to learn about Mike and Assume List. That is a super cool tool. Definitely something to check out, and excited to share with you all some of the things that we're seeing on the data side of things that are happening in the industry.
Connor, I bet what we could do is you guys added ad builder on the back end.
Mm-hmm.
And if we were to do Assume List with ad builder, where we could run some ads about getting a 3% or 4% or getting a rate under 5% to a geographic farm area. You guys have made it so easy to run Facebook and Instagram ads. That would work really well.
Yeah, it's actually such a good strategy to do that very thing, and that's absolutely something we support. You can take that list right out of Assume List, upload it to our ad builder tool, and target those specific homeowners directly, which would be really powerful.
All right, Connor, it's like you've got a presentation. Take us through this.
Yeah, I want to just kind of walk everyone through the data because
Were you trying to share your screen? Because there it is.
Is it showing up?
Cool.
There we go.
Yeah,
I just want to walk everyone through some of the data that we're seeing because there's I think an understanding in the industry that the supply of homes is not where it should be. Like inventory is low, but it's important to recognize that since 2021, inventory has been increasing. That's something that everyone needs to make sure they're aware of, because that then leads to the average amount of time that homes are on market going up. So days on market, we're seeing increase, right? So when inventory is increasing, when days on market's going up, that is going to lead to more and more homes that are going to be available for us to go and list, right? And we can see this with existing home sales declining. Now, part of this is going to be what Mike was talking about earlier with, mortgage rates being so much higher than they used to be, that there's existing homeowners that are seeing less and less of a reason for them to actually go and move, right? But what this creates is an environment where there are way more expired listings to be working, right? Right now, expireds are increasing at a dramatic rate, and expired listings are one of the biggest opportunities that agents have in 2025. And this is why. So the percentage of homeowners that are going to relist with a new agent is about 33%. And I think that most of the time it's because they don't know better. Because if you look at the sales results, the amount of properties that are sold after relisting by the same agent is 51%, with 71% sold by the new agent. So again, the disparity here, right?
Well, Connor, really quick, do you think that there are a lot more expireds that haven't been called yet recently? Is because I was thinking about this on Monday when I talked to Curtis and we did a whole session on this. Because of the whole TCPA guidelines coming out or being enforced January 27th, that might be pushed back. But some people misunderstanding and saying, well, you know what, I can't call expireds anymore. So why am I going to call them? Do you think that's part of the reason why that misconception?
Huge part of it. There is so much misinformation going around about TCPA and what the changes are and are not. And a lot of people think that now it's going to be illegal to dial people or illegal to use a dialer. And that's not what's happening at all. I think that it's important that we're aware about what the rules are. We shouldn't be calling people that are on the DNC list, for example, but we should not sleep on the opportunity of expireds, because there's a lot of people that are jumping out of the game, and that is leaving a massive opportunity for people that are understanding that this is an opportunity.
I love that, man. Well, Listen, I hand dial, even though you guys have an amazing dialer. I've always hand dialed. I just feel like it's at my own pace. We still call expireds for sub owners. But all right, continue. Just wanted to
Yeah.
add that in case people were confused.
Yeah, no, great question. So there's, just going off that same stat there, there's a 38% increase in probability when someone goes and sells the new agent. And homeowners don't understand this, right? And there is a ton of value that we can bring to expireds who are struggling to get their home sold if they just know that we can help them, right? Here's a quick look at some other interesting stats we've been seeing. So average days to sell when it's relisted with the same agent, at the same price, 53 days, at a higher price, 36 days, and then lower price, 40 days, right? So again, like we need to be coming in and helping, making sure that we're presenting that property in a way that's going to get it sold in a way that wins for you, the agent, and wins for the homeowner. So looking at the listing sales of expireds, right? There are 24% of these that are sold. And I just show this to say there is still so much that are happening with expireds. Expired leads are homes that are going to sell. These are homeowners that want to sell their home. And if your typical sphere of influence is maybe 3 to 4% of the people in your sphere ready right now to go and work with an agent to move, get their home sold or buy, you have a much bigger group of people that are, when you look at expired leads, that are interested in actually getting a deal done. And so to ignore this group of people, your most highly qualified group of people in terms of their intent to actually move, that's a mistake. And so when you're looking at expireds or even FRBOs, right? Vacant rental properties. Now, this is a group of people that they're putting their information up. They're looking for renters. These are people that you can call, get in contact with, and there are 4%, 3.64% of vacant rental sales that are going to sell. These are people that are looking for something to do with their property and reaching out to this group to take something that maybe they're initially intending on renting and saying, hey, let's cash this thing out. Let's get it on market and sold. That is another big opportunity. And so when you're working as an agent, the thing you got to remember is you got to make sure you got leads that actually have some sort of intent to do a deal. If you're only working your sphere, that's important. You should be doing that. That's essential. But that you are missing out on other opportunities with people that are maybe even more interested in actually moving and buying or selling. Pre-foreclosures, same thing. These are people that have to move, right? They have to get that home sold. And we're looking at 7% of pre-foreclosures selling, right? For sell by owners, similarly, right? 16.68% sold. And Tristan, you brought up the dialer earlier, and that is something that I think everyone, when you hear REDX, you probably think of expired listings, and you think of the dialer. And part of why I want to show this is we don't just do expired listings. We've got for rent by owner leads, we have pre-foreclosure leads, we have for sell by owner leads. And we don't just encourage people to work them with the dialer, because in reality, it is harder and harder to get attention from people, right? And even with TCPA changes, which doesn't mean we can't call, but we just have to recognize that there's rules that we got to follow with that. And so that means we've got to hit people from multiple angles. And we have a whole suite of tools to make sure that you're actually hitting your leads in all of the places that they spend their time and attention. So one of the things that's important is we want to give you as much data around your leads as possible. So we're not just going to tell you that they're expired or that they're for rent by owner lead. We can also give you financial insights into that lead. We can tell you what their household income looks like. We can give you an estimation of what their mortgage debt is, an estimation of what their existing equity is, This is going to help you as you have conversations with people understand the situation that they're likely in so that you can come up with solutions that are going to appeal to where they want to go, right? If you know they've got a lot of equity in their home, that's a different conversation than if they don't have much equity, right? Tristan?
Really quick, before you keep going, I want people to pay attention to certain things that you're saying, because at the end of this session, Connor is going to go back to one of his slides and he's going to ask a question. And then he's going to give away three Red X sessions for 1 month. So that means you're going to get Red X for free for 1 month. He's going to give 3 of those away, but it's going to be regarding one of his slides. So maybe a percentage, maybe something that the dialer does. I don't know what the hell he's going to pick at this point. But Connor, you have that to give away at the end, just as a reminder.
Thank you. Thanks for the reminder. So obviously we've got our dialer, right? There we go. We've got the dialer, and the dialer, again, there's no such thing as like TCPA compliant or non-compliant dialers. It's about how you use it. In the same way that a car isn't legal or illegal, you can do legal or illegal things with your car, but the car itself is not the problem. The dialer is not the problem. And so as long as you're making sure you do things like excluding numbers that are on the DNC, you are going to be just fine, right? And so now, obviously, there's risk involved with any type of prospecting, but that's about you being mindful about the rules that exist there. And so when you're using the dialer, this is still a great way to get in contact with leads. There's so many people that are afraid to pick up the phone, and they use TCPA as an excuse to say, oh, no, it's too risky. It's just one more reason to not call. But there are people that want to talk to you and get on the phone. And we see this in the data. We see that top agents that are doing high volumes of transactions are using a dialer. And that's why we think this tool is so important, is because we see the results on the other end. Now, we do a couple things to make sure that your dialing is successful. So one of those is spam protection. So we actually work with the carriers to make sure that your phone number is not getting marked as spam with those carriers. If it does, you're going to have a hard time getting the connection rates that you need to actually be talking to these leads. And so we monitor this and make sure that if there is any sort of flag by the carriers, that you know about it, and we can help resolve that with you. And so we put that protection in place so that you can keep dialing and keep getting in contact with people. With TCPA compliance, we make sure that we give you the phone numbers of who's on the DNC list so that you know who you should not be calling. And we flag that for you. You can exclude those people on your calling sessions. And you also have a personal DNC list. So if you upload leads from another source, or you've got people that you talk to that say, don't ever talk to me, you can mark those as DNC. And that makes sure that you can make the choice around how you're going to use the dialer. And we want you to be using it in a compliant way. So we have all of that built in for you.
Connor, quick question. Stacy has a valid question. Does this work with the follow-up boss phone numbers?
Does this work with the follow-up boss phone numbers? I'm not sure what you mean by that.
So you know how we have to, when we're logging in, to add our phone number so it knows what to dial with, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And we put the follow-up boss phone number, that VoIP number.
You should be able to. I don't see any reason why not, but I can double check that for you.
Okay, good. All right. I thought that was an interesting question.
Yeah, that's a great question. Another way to contact people is through direct mail. So one of the surprising things is direct mail works really well. A lot of agents don't understand this. I've talked to several agents where their primary main strategy is just doing direct mail. They're constantly sending out mail weekly to leads. And so we are actually just about to launch a brand new mailing feature. We've got it in testing. So we are able to give out early access to some people who express interest in that. And this is a great way for you to send mailers to expireds, FSBOs, FRBOs with just the click of a button. And what'll happen is when they get this mailer, there'll be a QR code that they scan on it. It's going to tell them about how they can get their home sold if they're an expired or a FSBO or FRBO, and the best practices that an agent can take by working with them. And you will get a text message every time they scan that QR code. So it's a way for you to not just get a mailer in front of them, but actually know that someone looked at it, and now you know who to call and say, "Hey, are you looking at this? Like, let's do a deal. Let's help you solve this problem." Because there are so many people that won't answer the phone. We want to give you another way to get into their get in front of their eyes, right?
Honestly,
So
man, hold on really quick. Combining what we've done, and we're going further into this because now we're expanding to 10,000 homes in our area. Combining the mailers with the retargeting on social has last year really increased the amount of people that were coming back to our world.
mhm,
And when you add that, when you add calling, right, as long as you're calling legally, calling to it, uh, we are now tweaking it, and we think we're going to dominate our area, specifically our area, with
mhm.
that. It's just not enough people are doing all three together.
Right. Yeah, there's not enough people doing that mixed approach. And I think what you said about ads and social is so important here. So one of the things that we have is our brand builder tool. And this is about helping you create engaging social content so that you can get in front of your audience. One of the things that a lot of people don't understand about social right now is your follower count is not so important anymore. The platforms have all kind of gone the TikTok route, which means they are going to recommend your content to people who are interested in what you're talking about. And they're using all of their machine learning and AI and data training to know what you are interested in. So if there's someone that's been looking at homes, that's Googling, how do I get my hold sold, or why is my home not selling? They're going to get more content about those kind of topics inside of their feeds. And so what we do with Brand Builder is we give you suggestions of videos that you can create, a teleprompter to record them with, and then you can take those videos, download, and share them so that more people in your sphere or in your lead pool are seeing them. If you need them to get edited, because a lot of us feel like, I don't want anyone to see this video unless someone touches it up, we have a giant team of video editors that will actually take that raw video that you record and edit it for you. And whether that's doing, home tours or you doing talking head explainer videos, we can take those videos and make it something that maximizes the engagement that you're going to get from your audience. And so that's another way that we want to help you work leads. Go ahead, Tristan.
We got two people, and I always say, it's thank you, Michelle, and thank you, Nancy. It's those people that speak up are speaking for a few hundred people. So I'm assuming other people have questions and are interested. Nancy and Michelle both want more information about mailers. How do they jump on early? How do they get that information? What? Tell us.
Yeah, I'm going to put an email right here in the chat, and you can email tyler.finn@redx.com, and we can get you set up with early access to our mailer program.
Thanks, buddy. There you go.
No problem.
You know what it's funny, like, a lot of agents will say, "Hey, does cold calling really work? Or does social media ads really work? Or do mailers really work?" Yeah, they work, but it's just one branch of the tree. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, they don't work as effectively by themselves, but they work really effectively when you combine them all together. And it's funny. So, like, everyone always thinks of Red X as a dialer, but I mean, it's really a marketing suite now that we're looking at everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's what we're finding is, there's different habits across different generations, and there's different places that people all spend their attention. And the reality is, as an agent, is we've got to find ways to be everywhere and not go crazy doing it, right? It's so much work to go and send all this stuff out if it's not all tied together in a way that makes it simple and synergetic. And so that's what we've been really focused on building. And I agree, you've got to make sure that you are omnipresent everywhere, and that means you've got to have a strategy of making that simple for you, because only part of your job is marketing, right?
I've had instances where when I would do circle prospecting, because I was so prominent on social media, running ads, posting in community groups, I've had instances where the person I was calling recognized my name. They're like, "Hey, oh, you're that agent. I saw your ad, or I saw you post in that group." You know what I mean? Like, that's so much more possible and so much of an easier conversation if you
Mhm.
combine all these things together.
Absolutely. And you want to be the authority, right? You want people when they think of real estate to think of you. And the way you do that is you post content and you get your name out there in their mailbox and they hear you talk to them on the phone and all of a sudden you are the authority, right? You want to build your personal brand to the point where when people think of real estate in your market, you come to mind. And that kind of brain share, that brand awareness, that makes everything else easier, right?
Another thing is cool. Like, there's a lot of other products out there that, they do these things, but they don't do all of these things. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And there's an app for adding captions, there's an app for editing reels, there's an app for whatever, but there's nothing that does it all, right? And this looks like it's like a one login that does all of the things, as opposed to like using 5 or 6 different apps. Because I find myself using 2 or 3 different apps when, you know what I'm saying, when I could
Mhm.
use one that does all the things. So
Yep,
that's super convenient.
totally. And I think the one other thing I'd say is there's a lot in the real estate world of people saying, hey, you can just take this stock image or this stock video or you don't ever have to talk to people on the phone. Everyone's just going to come to you. Like there's a lot of easy of promises of no work and amazing results. And part of what we believe is like you got to show up, and whether that's recording a video or hitting the phones, you got to show up. That's the way you're going to go and get deals, right? Um, so
Well, you've got to
with
show up with the right attitude, man. Let's add that.
Yeah.
I know
that's
agents that show up.
important.
They show up, but listen, I'm not going to work with them.
You know
So,
what, Tristan? This won't work in my market.
you know.
Mm-hmm. Totally. And with video, you've talked about this a couple times, Tristan, is our ad builder tool. What we've done with ad builder is we want you to be able to get your content in front of the right people at the right time. And there's a lot of companies that go and sell you Facebook leads. But our belief around ads is rather than us running ads around some generic Facebook page, we want the ads to be under your account. And we want those ads to be helping you build your brand so that as we run these ads, you are getting the followers, you're getting the engagement, they're seeing your name and your content, but you can target them directly to any of your leads. So that way, as you are sending out your postcards, posting content, calling on the phone, even when people have never heard your name, they're going to start seeing content from you. And so that's what we have set up with Ad Builder, is a really easy way to do that.
I love that,
Right
man.
on.
In fact, I did that live for one session with Curtis, and it took me, I think it took me less than 2 minutes to set up the whole ad and to choose the data from RedX that I was going to retarget. I was like, this is so damn easy. Best thing ever. All right, you've got 2 minutes because I also want to go over my script for rent by owners that's worked extremely well. And here you go. Go, Connor.
Perfect. Okay, well, just to wrap up here, one of the new things that we've added is teams. So for a long time, we've had this set up where, just individual agents would come in and start prospecting, but we've heard from a lot of teams that they want an easier way to work together. And so we've rolled this out where you've got a pulse board of everyone's stats, so everyone can kind of compete and see, okay, who's doing the most dials, who's making the most appointments. And it's an easy way for a team lead, if there's any team leads on here, for you to see, hey, are my agents making their calls? Are they making connections? Are they making leads and appointments? And so we've recently rolled this out. We're working with a bunch of teams that are really excited about this because it's helped their entire team increase their production. And so this is a new feature that we're really excited about, and it lets a team tap into all of these tools that we've got across the whole system. So we're really excited about it. This whole platform is set up so that whether you, regardless if you're using a dialer or not, you can take these people who are wanting to get their home sold and actually get in contact with them and work a deal. And so we're super excited at the success we're seeing with agents, and would love to give a couple people a chance to try this out.
All right, Connor, I'm going to jump in with a quick script. You're going to think of 3 questions from your slides while I do this, okay? And before I do this really quick, the combo that we're going heavy on for 2025, in fact, we already started, is more mailers and more retargeting around the area where we're mailing. That's how we're going to dominate more. We've got to pay attention to the call to action on our mailers, that they stay the same, and that if they're not working or getting us as many people as we'd like by them scanning on the QR code or however they're landing back to us, that we keep on changing it, right? Inspect what you expect routinely. Here's my script, Connor. We call for rent by owners. We have 3 quick questions. I'm calling you, Connor, and I see that your home is for lease because you're a for rent by owner. Yes, I'm calling the owner, not the person leasing. Say, Connor, I see that your home's for lease. How's it going? Just a simple question. Connor's either going to tell me it's going great. We're working with 3 people. It's okay. If he says it's going great, I'm going to ask the second question. Awesome, Connor. Glad to hear that. Do you have any other ones that are not doing so great that you own? And then he's going to say, well, maybe. I've got one that's not far from here. That's what happened to us. We're thinking of selling it. That's how we listed it. But he also could say, yeah, everything we own is awesome. We love it. I say, great. Connor, are you thinking of expanding your portfolio in 2025? And then I tell a personal story. And this is what always captures them because it's a real story. I said, well, Connor, let me explain. You may think, well, it's a hot market in our area, LA, Ventura County. And where can we find an amazing deal? Well, let me tell you, during like the height of the market, 2021, people are like, there's no way you can find a deal. Multiple offers. Well, I found a home that was on the market that had no offers for 3 months. I went in, offered significantly less. It got accepted, but I did my homework. And it's the home I currently live in right now. So we can find homes that are currently listed for amazing prices. You just have to have somebody to do homework. Are you looking for homes like that? And Connor would be like, yeah, sure. Especially if he's a real investor. Those are the 3 questions we use. They work for me because I have personal experience with it. If you're not calling for rent by owners, man, they are prime right now. A lot of people bought in COVID and they're like, I wish we weren't owning property. It's terrible. I hate being a landlord. All right, Connor, what are your 3 questions? Everyone, Connor's going to give away 1 free month of RedX. He's going to give 3 of them away. Connor, what's your first question?
All right. First question is, what are 2 types of leads that RedX offers? All right.
Looks
who was
like
first?
me.
Nick, who was
Hashimi?
first here?
Oh, who was first? Let me look. 2 types of leads that RedX offers. So the first one I think who got it right is Nancy with FISBOs and expireds.
All right, Nancy, you are the winner. So Nancy, if you could email
Nancy Nielsen.
Nancy Nielsen. Okay. Let's see.
Oh, yeah. You're right. I thought it might have been Toshimi, but for
Yeah, I don't think there's for rent by owners on there. I think it's
FRBS.
you guys have for rent by owners?
We do have for rent by owners. So
Oh,
that
then
is
okay,
correct.
then we have 2. Okay, then
Well, you know what?
Toshimi.
Well,
So
Connor,
Nancy and Toshimi, we're gonna hook you both up.
there you go.
Okay, cool. There you go.
Give me your emails in here in the chat and phone number, and I'll send it over to Connor. All right, what's your second question?
Second question is, what are 3 ways that you can work leads with RedX?
Ooh.
3
All right, let's see. The first person The first per let's see, Andrew says retargeting postcards and social ads. Is that accurate?
Who got it right,
Next.
Connor? You tell us.
I can't even see. What was the first answer?
Okay, Andrew says retargeting postcards and social ads.
That's right.
Okay, Andrew Pruitt.
You win.
Good job, buddy.
Put your info there. I'm still missing Toshimi, I think it was. I'm sorry if I don't remember the
drop
name.
your email in the chat, dude.
There it is. I got your. All right, I got it. Connor, thank you so much for doing this. That was awesome. We appreciate you. Love RedX. Been with you guys for a long time. We love what you've done and how you've morphed over the years. Thanks for being on, buddy.
Yeah, you know what
Thanks
I
for
love
having us,
about
man.
it? I just want to say real quick, I know we gotta go. Like, I've never been a big cold caller, but I love marketing, like mailers, social media. You know what I mean? Like, I would use it just for that. Like, you know what I mean? You don't need to have the numbers. I mean, it's nice, but if you're not a caller, just use the marketing stuff.
That's right.
Something for everybody.
Appreciate you guys.
Thanks, buddy.
Have a good
Thanks
one.
for being here. All right. Next.
All right. Yeah, I'm super interested in this one because I see these. I see real estate content AI all over my Instagram.
Yeah, it's
So
good
you know that they know how to market because I'm seeing
because they're retargeting you.
it's retargeting me.
That's so good. That's because Kyle and Mark do a great job. That's why. What's up, Kyle? How you doing, buddy?
What's going on, Tristan? Good to see you, Nick.
I love
Glad
the
to know-
name real estate content AI. Just rolls off the tongue.
Right? It's if anybody's doubting that we know what we're talking about when it comes to social media and SEO, you're getting retargeted, and the name of my company is also the name of my website, so our SEO numbers are killer.
Yeah, that's cool.
Nice. Every time, Kyle, I showcase real estate content AI, I usually save it for the
Sorry,
end.
real estate content .ai. Our bad.
Good point. Anytime I showcase your tech, software, whatever you want to call it, it's the one I close out with because it puts everything together and does such a magical job. So I don't know where you want to start with this, Kyle. Besides, Kyle was a professional race car driver, and then he switched over to doing this.
Totally see the correlation of real estate and racing cars.
So
that's super cool.
You ever see race cars and they're covered in stickers? We know a little bit of things about marketing and activation. So
Yeah. I love it.
Yeah.
Awesome. So tell us about your fast life. No, I'm kidding. Let's talk about show us how this works. I want to see.
Absolutely. So we're going to jump right in. We're going to get to the meat and potatoes of this because I know we've already seen some really amazing softwares, tech, and everything that Tristan and Nick have been able to bring you guys today. Tristan says we're the showstopper. We're right in the middle of the day. So I know if you guys are getting that lunch feeling, you're getting a little groggy, this is going to wake you up. So what's the goal here? realestatecontent.ai is a specialist. We're not here to be your CRM, to do your emails, to do your closings. We're here to be a specialist at creating content that is going to give you a presence on social media. We take people from not being on social media because you're not tech savvy or you don't have the time to being on social media effectively. If you are already on social media, we make you better. So wherever you fall on your social media spectrum, if you're the kind of person that's hiring a team to do it, if you have an assistant running it, this is going to make everybody more efficient and more effective. If you're not on social media, you keep pushing it off because it's too busy, you don't want to learn it. Now you're on social media and you don't have to learn what works on Facebook, what works on Instagram, what works on LinkedIn and all these different platforms. realestatecontent.ai is already an expert. So what I'm going to do is just show you straight up how we're going to build effective lead generation strategies on social media. We're going to do this with a combination of AI and what you're probably already posting on social media right now. So what you guys are seeing on your screen is the realestatecontent.ai dashboard. This is an integrated social media calendar. Now, I'm really big on social media calendars in general. Nick, you guys talked about racing. When we were scaling sponsorships and racing through social media, we had an intricate calendar for every single partner on when to post, what to post, how to do it. We brought those practices into real estate, saw fantastic results. Our friends in real estate were doing these same practices. but it's a dated way to do it. If you're using a whiteboard, if you're just scheduling it out, you got post-it notes, you got reminders on your phone, we want to bring this into the future. We want to take some Silicon Valley sizzle, some AI, and put that tech into your pocket, because AI is uniquely formulated to accomplish this very specific task. Social media is not a want to have, it's a need to have. Your customers are on social media, whether they are upsizers and downsizers or first-time home buyers. They are on social media. So we need to figure out how we can effectively communicate with them and position yourself as a subject matter expert without being on camera all the time, hiring expensive teams, or spending the time to do it yourself. So what you guys are seeing is this calendar right here. This is my entire January 2025 social media calendar. I'm posting 6 days a week. So my first big note for you guys right here: what is the optimum amount of posts per week? Now, my main answer is it's the amount of posts that you can effectively do for the rest of your career. Okay, so if that's 3 posts, and you can do 3 posts every single week for the rest of your career, do that. But you want to be at least 3. My magic number is between 3 and 7 posts per week is really where the sweet spot is for social media. Now, if you're already posting twice a week, so this is what my calendar has. I have non-AI posts in this calendar. So these posts right here had nothing to do with AI. I filmed these videos, I made these graphics, and they're posting directly to all of my social media accounts. This took me from posting twice a week, and then with about 20 minutes of AI stuff, now I'm posting 6 times a week. I have videos that AI has created that don't require me to be on calendar. It doesn't or on camera. It doesn't require me to learn editing. It's also posted my listings for me. So I can paste a listing link in here from a website, from your IDX feed or KV Core or anything, and it will create these graphics for you like you were a pro on Canva, like you had a designer. But most importantly, this calendar is connected to my Facebook, my Instagram, my LinkedIn, all of my different social media content. So it can post for me. If I have a post all the way down here on the 31st of January, scheduled to go out at noon, it's going to do that for me automatically. Guys, this is designed to take social media from being a daily task to a once a month task. I want you guys to go in here and sit down 1 day a week, 1 day a month, knock out this entire month of social media so that you can spend time in person doing high value tasks. So I'm going to click in here to February, and we're going to show just how quickly you can create a social media strategy that is effective. And I'm going to give you guys a couple notes and tidbits about what you should be posting in 2025 with all the new rules and algorithms as a real estate professional to do this effectively. So first thing I'm going to do is I want AI to think of what to post for me. So if I click on suggest topic right here, it's going to come up, realestatecontent.ai is going to come up with all these different social media topics, and it magically knows who my customers are, where they live, and what their pain points are. So if I see right here, best practices for downsizing your home in Plano, anybody in here from Texas, you'll know Plano, it knows that my customers live there and that it's a good location for retirees that are looking to downsize. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on generate. I have this loaded in for all my Mondays in February. I'm going to post on Instagram and Facebook, and I'm going to click generate. Now what this is doing is, I love that. That's the sizzle, right, Tristan? You've seen this before. You load in a topic. All of these posts are unique. So even though I used one topic, it's creating social media content based on that topic, those customers, that location, and all of those posts are unique to you. It's another big rule I have for social media. Guys, we have to be posting content that is unique to you and only you. No more downloading posts, no more using content banks. If you're posting on social media, you have to use content that's never been used by anybody ever before. That's where AI comes in. It's because this platform knows who I am. So you guys were wondering, how did it come up with those topics? How did it know my location? How did it know who my customers were? Well, realestatecontent.ai is already an expert, already knows social media, already knows the do's and don'ts. It already knows real estate, but it doesn't know who you are yet. So I answered 5 quick questions about me. I only have to do this once. I gave it my name. I gave it the area that I'm working in. So I'm working in Dallas, Texas, all these different areas in Dallas. That's how it knew that area. I said I'm working with first-time homebuyers, upsizers, downsizers, and investors. It already knows first-time homebuyers are typically young professionals, upsizers are typically growing families, downsizers are typically retirees, and investors are typically high-net-income individuals like doctors, lawyers, and business owners. It already knows that. So given that it knows that, how is it playing into social media? How can we leverage that audience? Guys, in 2025, if you're a real estate professional, if you're a mortgage broker, loan officer, real estate agent, team owner, anything in real estate, it is your goal to be a subject matter expert. So when we look at the kind of content that this is creating for us, number one, this is a carousel style format. Again, this is going to work on Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, X, all of your different social media accounts. Nick's already shaking his head. Yes, we know the power of this kind of format.
How does it work? Does it work in Europe? Does it work in Canada? Does it work in other countries?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So you want to hear something cool? The reason I'm shaking my head on carousels, Instagram has this newer feature where, you know, if you're scrolling through Instagram and you see a carousel, but you don't swipe, you might see that post again later on, but it has moved to the second photo. If you don't swipe again, the next time you see it, it's moved to the third photo. So Instagram's giving you 3 to 4 opportunities to get more engagement by automatically moving your carousel for the user so they can engage more. So carousels are the way to go because Instagram is helping you swipe through those photos and giving you multiple times for engagement.
Exactly. And I love to show real life examples. And I usually pull this example. This is somebody who's using real estate content.ai so you guys can see it. So carousel style posts, if you guys aren't familiar with that format, like Nick said, extremely effective right now. They're actually engaging higher than video content. You don't just have to post videos to be effective on Instagram and Facebook anymore. These carousels, as I'm swiping, all of these pictures are in one post. So when I go back to my real estate content.ai account and I see what it's created, it's the same style. It's an informational style carousel. It's going to post all of this informational, hyper local targeted content. That's a really key word right there. We talk about hyper local stuff. That means when I tell it I service areas in and around Dallas, Texas, such as Uptown, Plano, Deep Ellum, and McKinney, it's creating content around those areas. If you guys are in Sacramento, if you're in Miami, if you're in Toronto, if you're in Portugal, it's going to know your area. It knows what neighborhoods and what spots in that area are perfectly suited for which kind of buyer and which kinds of seller. Realestatecontent.ai is already a social media real estate expert. It's already pre-coded and pre-prompted and ready to go. Now, just in that amount of time, if you guys are watching my screen, just in that little 5 minutes or so that Nick and Tristan and everybody were talking, I created all my posts for February. I have all my Monday posts, my Wednesday posts, and my Friday posts in, what was that, Nick? 5 minutes or so that we were talking? This is already done. This is already done. If I click into these posts, I can see what they look like. These are all unique to me. You can have 1 million people on realestatecontent.ai. Your posts will be unique to you. Nobody else is going to have these. It helps you stand out in a crowded market. How many of you guys are Canva users? I want to know in the chat because I'm going to be posting some stuff in the chat too. If you guys are, Nick's a Canva user, Tristan's a Canva user. Got a lot of people in the comments, a lot of hand raises. I love Canva. Canva's pretty much built into this. So I'm going to show you guys an example. If I click on edit template here, it's going to open up an editor that looks, what does this remind you of? Looks just like Canva, doesn't it? This is all pre-built in. I can change whatever this says. I can change the font style. I can adjust the size, indentation. I can change the size of these boxes. I never have to leave realestatecontent.ai. I don't have to bounce back and forth from Canva. It's already got my headshot. If you guys are in California, you need your DRE numbers on all your posts. It's got my DRE number right there. You can change this to a call to action. You can add your logos. Guys, if you are a team, you want all of your team members to have your logo on all their posts, it's going to do that for you. And it's all pre-built in. What else? If you guys notice, all my posts follow the same branding. So I'll go back to my example here. I think this agent does a fantastic job on social media. All of her posts follow this same kind of color scheme. It's really important to help you look professional. If I bounce back in here, it's all following the same style of color because I went in here and I added my brand colors right down here at the bottom. We have a bunch of brand colors pre-built in. If you guys are with EXP, if you're with Keller Williams, Compass, Century, if you're with any of the major teams, we already have your colors pre-built in. But you can also go in here, add your hex codes. If you guys are the Canvas savvy people, you love your brand, you can add your colors in here and realestatecontent.ai is going to use it automatically. Now, there's one thing that I'm really excited to show you guys because this is always our knock 'em down feature. Tristan knows it. This is the bring the house down. How do we get our listing posts on social media using AI? What are we going to do here? So if I want my listing post, just listed, just sold, open house, realestatecontent.ai is going to take the link to your listing and it's going to create a social media post that is optimized for you right out of the gate. So all I have to do is I click on property listing post, you paste your link in here. You can use KV Core, your IDX feed, homes.com, realtor.com, whatever you want, paste it in here, and it's going to create a social media post with a graphic. It's going to make this graphic for you, and it's going to post with an optimized caption. And the best part, I know my social media experts in the chat are already asking these questions. Where's your call to action? It's got hashtags pre-built in. It's got call to actions built in on every single post. So you're always going to have something in that caption that's designed to get people to comment, designed to get people to engage. The goal of this social media post is to educate people, position you as a subject matter expert, and to allow people to engage with your content. So that means getting people to comment, getting people to message you, starting those conversations, because conversations create conversions. You can do some really cool stuff like what are the top neighborhoods in Uptown Dallas for families looking to upsize? It's going to know your neighborhoods. That's already pre-built in. The other cool thing, this is brand new. Tristan's already seen this. It can generate with web search. So how many of you guys already asked a question earlier? How many of you guys are using Canva? I know a lot of you guys are using Canva. If you guys are using ChatGPT, let me know in the chat if you guys are using ChatGPT. What's one of the main limitations with ChatGPT, other than you have to know how to use it, which this does not require any AI knowledge to use? ChatGPT is only updated to April of 2023. Can't do current events, can't do market data, it doesn't know what's going on. If I click generate,
unless you pay for it.
Right. So Nick, so this has already got web search pre-built in. So if I type in a topic like, hey, what's going on in my neighborhood coming up this weekend? Say I'm in LA, the Sticks are playing in LA this weekend. I want to make a post about it. This will search the internet and give you current events. It's going to tell you which website it's searched to find those events, and then it's going to create a post out of it. So this can do everything current and in the future. So if you've got stuff going on this weekend, it's going to do that. This says discover cool weekend fun activities in Dallas for homeowners for new homeowners in their 20s. It's a great way to activate with specific kinds of target markets.
That is awesome. Cool, huh? That is very cool.
I like it because it doesn't look like AI. You know, like AI has that weird that look, you know, to images and stuff. Where's it pulling the images from? Because the images are not AI images. You know what I mean? They're not, or maybe they are, but they don't look it.
Yeah, so these are photorealistic. So these are based on real life images. So what we did was we have a bunch of licensed images that we put into our database, and then we had AI create a replica of it and then different versions of it. So that way, you know, we can go pull images from specific locations. So like Twin Cities, Minneapolis, stuff like that, New York, add real life images, and then AI can create a photorealistic replica. So that way, if you type in your location, it will have photorealistic images specific to your location. Now, we have a lot of users, and I always say this is a great way to do it. If you want to upload your own photos and have AI use that for you instead, all you do is you go into your account, click on your backgrounds, and you can upload all the photos that you have. If you have a lot of listing photos, if you're a photographer in your free time and you want it to use your photos automatically and then create these graphics on top of it, you can see here, I have a bunch of graphics preloaded in of my area. So I can change up the look and feel of these posts, and now it has photos that are unique to me. If you upload your own photos, nobody else is going to have access to them. They're unique to your account, and they preload for everything. So it's all designed to be very, very quick, very easy to use. If you're not a Canva whiz, this is super easy. It doesn't require any editing experience. If you want to be posting video, this will do your video for you. It doesn't require you to be on camera. It doesn't require you to memorize scripts. It doesn't require you to know any editing. So now you can start posting video on your accounts without knowing any of those video prerequisites that you would have to know beforehand. So you can start posting video, start posting those carousels that Nick and I like so much, and your listings. But I really, you know, Nick and Tristan, I want you guys to weigh in on this. I think the biggest advantage of this platform is the fact that it's going to take social media from a everyday task to a once a month task.
Well, dude, I think you haven't even shown the create property list post. Can you show that?
Absolutely. So what we're going to do is if I want to create that
Grab a
property
random
list,
list, grab a random list. Let somebody give you one. How's that?
yeah,
All right.
you guys shoot in a link. I've got a link right here. We'll just use that, and we got so many comments. So let's say I'm going to pull something up here. I'm going to use this as an example just because I know Zillow is a big point of contention. I want to explain how this works. So if I pull a Zillow listing,
Mm-hmm.
I don't want this to link back to Zillow, right? I don't want to give Zillow any kind of credit right there. I can use this on my IDX feed. I can do this on homes.com, realtor.ca, anything, or realtor.com, anything like that. You paste your link in here, you click create post, and now it's going to go grab all those photos, the address, the price, the bedrooms, the bathrooms, listing description, all of that information. And then it's going to create the graphic for you so that it can turn all that information into an optimized social media post. What it's not doing is copy and pasting your listing description as your caption. It's actually taking all of that data and saying, okay, this is the data that we have to work with. We have the listing description, all the information about this post. And now we're going to use that data and create an optimized social media caption with hashtags, with a call to action, and that can post directly to all of your different accounts. So your Facebook, your Instagram, your LinkedIn, X, all of those different accounts. And then this is the post that it will spit out for you. So here's your listing. Here's the graphic that it's created. If you want to change this to a just sold, here's what I do. Now it's a just sold, just like that. You can tweak the caption if you want to. If you want to make this an open house, change this to open house, just like that. Okay, so if you guys are listing agents, if you've got a bunch of listings that you need to post, this is a great way to post as many listings as possible. There's no limit to how much you can post with this. If I want to post 5 times a day, you can totally do that. If you want to post 20 listings a week, you can do that. There's absolutely no limit to how much content this thing will create for you. And then it also has your personal branding with your colors and your headshot and all the fun stuff like that.
I like that, man. I like that.
I like that it's I like that it's exclusive to you. A lot of these content providers, have just recycled the content and every agent gets the same thing, and you see the same thing on like multiple agents pages. And because it's AI, it generally doesn't generate the same thing more than once.
Exactly. Exactly. I really preach that whether you're using AI or not, you need to have content that is unique to you. Think about how crowded of a market we are in. Most buyers and sellers just assume that every real estate agent is the same thing. There's nothing that differentiates you. So you need to find a way to set yourself apart as a subject matter expert. I can't stress that enough. When we create social media content, we're not out here trying to be influencers. We're not trying to be the most popular person. We're trying to be subject matter experts. So the content that this is going to create for you, it's going to be targeted towards your customers. What are their pain points? What are they looking for? And it's going to create those informational graphics that help answer their questions. And when you do that, you become the first-hand source. You're the person answering their questions. You're the person they trust. And this is the most expensive transaction anybody will ever make in their life. I want to go with the guy that I trust. I want to go with the man or woman that I trust the most, who is the expert in their field. And I want your social media content to reflect that.
Does it post to your Instagram, LinkedIn, X? Where does it post on Facebook?
So it's going to go to your business pages. So same
Okay.
thing. So it's your Facebook business page, Instagram business page, LinkedIn, so forth.
If you don't have a business Instagram, you need to change it. It's super easy. Just go into settings. It's
So
not. You just get a lot more analytics and data on the people that you're reaching. So go and
Here's
do
a
that.
Yeah, really cool thing about that in particular is a lot of people don't know if you have an Instagram that is not a business Instagram, say it's the Instagram that you've had for 10 years, and you go into your settings, like you said, and you click business Instagram, you're not going to lose everything that you had before. You won't even be able to notice a difference on your profile. It's just going to make it a business Instagram. You can still do everything that you did before, but now it works with this software.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So we do have, through our webinar, we do a lot of webinars through LabCoat. We have an awesome community with you guys, and we love to give you guys special exclusive deals. So we give you guys absolutely the best deal, hands down, in order to get this into your hands for 2025. So Irma, if you guys have already seen it in the chat, Irma is part of realestatecontent.ai. She's just as much of an expert on social media and AI as I am. She does a fantastic job helping me out in the comments right now. She is going to post the link, and I'll help her out as well, that we're going to give you guys just for our awesome tech webinar today to be able to get this for $300 off. So inside, Erica has been super helpful. So this is not $599 a month. This is $599 a year. So about $50 a month. So why is that? I know. So usually real estate content today, if you went to the normal website, it's $900 a year.
Yeah.
LabCoat friends get
I mean,
$300.
that's still a really good deal regardless, but
Yeah, I think when we were really pricing this out, we wanted to live in a very specific spot. We wanted this to be cheaper than hiring somebody. So if you're going to hire somebody that knew this much about social media, that was going to be able to post this much, you're talking $1,000, $500 a month. Okay, so this is already cheaper than that. If you don't have that, this is going to save you an immense amount of time. So think about the time value of money. If you were trying to do this on your own, how much time are you spending on social media? This is for $50 a month or so. You know, when you're paying this $599 price, how much time is that worth for you? This is going to save you 5-10 hours a month that you would have spent on social media, because it's going to be all taken care of for you, and it's going to post automatically. Just going to free up a lot.
Another thing that's super important is, agents are like, oh, I'm not getting any reach, blah, blah, blah. And that's because, most of them are just kind of posting off the cuff, like, every other day, or like maybe once a week or whatever. Like you said, if you sit down like at the beginning of every month and just plan out your month, like post three times a week with reels and content in your feed, Instagram's going to notice that you're being consistent. And when people are consistent, they get special privileges. And the privileges are, their content gets pushed forward more. Instagram likes when you're constantly posting. So it's going to take some time. Might take a couple months, but eventually you'll start getting those comments and likes that you want.
Post consistently. That's one of the biggest things that I can recommend. Tristan, I know you preach that as well.
Kyle, you're going to do a giveaway.
Yep.
Right? What are you giving away? You got a minute. Tell me.
We are giving away a free year of realestatecontent.ai. So this is your discounted price. You guys do still get the discount. Couple of things about what we're giving away too. So we're actually giving away this exact package, which is if you use this discount, you get a 14-day money-back guarantee. Obviously, you get this for free if you win this giveaway. So that's different. But I am hosting setup calls this Friday morning and Friday afternoon. So if you guys saw how I set up my account and you want to know how to do the same thing, but you want a real person to walk you through it, I'm going to set this up with you. You get that if you use the discount code, and my special giveaway winner will also get that call with me to help set up your account, and you get a free year of realestatecontent.ai plus our support staff to help give you advice on all your social media.
Dude, this is rocking. All right, how the hell do we pick a winner? Because everyone wants this.
I know. Well, earlier I asked, I don't know if you guys want to ask the question, but there is a magic number range for how often you should post on social media. I mentioned this earlier. Right there, we already got it.
Who got it? Let's scroll up, damn it. Scrolling up. I already lost it. Shoot.
I think Todd was the first one.
Todd, hold on. Let me make sure. Todd Cutter, 3 to 7. Is that right?
That's correct.
Todd, you have lightning fingers. Your new name is Lightning Todd. Todd, give us your email address. There it is. All right. So, Kyle, we're going to send that over to you. Case will send that over. Everyone, please go to Real Estate Content AI. Every time we showcase this, people fall in love with it. But more importantly, it's practical and you will use it for your business. It'll streamline so much for social media. Good job, Kyle. Great job on creating this.
Thank you guys so much. Again, if you're not lucky enough to be Todd, I can't wait to talk to you and get you set up. I did post the discount code in the chat. I recommend you guys click on that, come back to this webinar, because I know you guys got a lot of more great speakers and great tech to showcase, because you'll lose that link. It's already getting buried in there. Make sure you guys click that link, save it in your browser for later so that you get that deal. You'll still get the 14-day money back guarantee, and you get the setup call with me. So I'd love to meet with you guys.
Thanks, buddy. Now go
Thanks,
race
guys.
some cars.
That's right.
What do you think of that, Nick?
Yeah, I dig it.
I love that one.
Yeah, that's
really
a good
good.
one. It solves a lot of problems, especially with being consistent, which most of us suck at.
Yeah, very true. Very true.
And coming up with content is very difficult.
That's probably the hardest part, to stay consistent, right? Tiffany,
Hey, hey.
wait, I want to see your sweater because now I'm having sweater envy.
You want I have a follow-up boss shirt.
Oh, so cool.
You know,
It's a shirt. I thought it was a sweater.
it
That's
is
cool.
a shirt with a little jacket on top because it's cold.
Where are you at?
Virginia Beach, east coast of Virginia, technically Cape Charles, but nobody's going to know where that is.
Okay, makes sense. Look, I'm in Newbury Park, and I'm literally next to Malibu, but nobody knows Newbury Park, so I would say
Yeah.
Mountain. Same thing.
Yep. Virginia Beach, Virginia. There you go.
Yeah.
We got some snow on the ground here, and that's really rare for us.
Wow.
Having the 2-inch snow apocalypse right now. It's what happens. Kids are out of
Where
school.
are you located?
Hopefully nobody runs in. Yeah.
Where are you
snow.
located?
Virginia Beach.
It's okay. Okay. Yeah, it's -7 here in Michigan.
Sounds awful.
Yeah,
Sounds
it's
like short
beach weather.
weather.
Short weather.
I'm ready. All right, Tiffany, follow-up boss. What do you have for us today?
All right. I am going to give you guys some good content. I'm going to hit the wrong button to start with. Let's start
Good
there.
start.
Yeah, good start. Let's do that. All right. So we're going to talk about choosing a tech stack.
Okay.
And what you need to do to choose your tech stack. But we're going to go through some features of Follow Boss along the way. So hopefully there'll be some good value here. I'm going to cover 3 things in this session. One is going to be a philosophy of, kind of how to think about your technology. The second is going to be a process to evaluate your technology. And then we're going to go in some actions you should take along the way. So hopefully you guys will get some value out of it. All right. What's that?
We know we will.
All right. Good deal. Good deal. Well, let's jump right in. So first of all, I will do a quick little introduction on who I am. I am Tiffany Gelzenis. I am the realtor in residence for Follow Up Boss, but I'm also a team leader. So I'm in the business. I'm running a team out of Virginia Beach, hands-on every single day with the stuff that we're doing as real estate agents. So kind of 2 perspectives here, one from the tech side with Follow Up Boss and the other from actual industry practice. And I'm going to start this presentation again with kind of philosophy here, but I'm going to start at exactly where you guys think every single tech presentation should start. Okay. And that is with heat lamp pizza.
Oh, yeah. Wait, which one
All
of
right.
those is your favorite? Nick?
Yeah. So none of them.
Oh.
It looks disgusting.
Oh, we call them hot and readies here in Michigan.
Hot and readies. Yeah. So, and this isn't just any heat lamp pizza. This is heat lamp pizza that you find at a buffet, right? So let's just say you're talking to your family and you want to go out and you're like, I want to go get some really great pizza. So are you going to go to the King's Buffet for your pizza? Probably not. Right? You're going to walk up there and you're going to see the crusty cheese and probably 3 other people have touched that slice, if not 10. That's not where you're going when you really want pizza, right? You're going to Antonio's. You're going to Antonio's wood-fired pizza. And why are you going to Antonio's? You're going to Antonio's because Antonio has spent his life in his craft. He has spent day in and day out perfecting his sauce, perfecting his crust. So if you're really wanting great pizza, you're going to Antonio's, not to the King's Buffet, right? So let me tie this together and let me tell you why I'm talking about this, because this is the same with technology. You have a choice when it comes to technology. You can choose an all-in-one, your buffet, or you can choose technology that is specialized and people that focus on their craft. You can choose best in class and then a way to tie all those things together, or we like to call it integrate, right? So that's what we're going to get into today with Follow Up Boss and best in class technologies that you can tie together to make a sophisticated system and process to run your real estate business so you can evolve and change with the times.
Really quick, Tiffany, I just want to know because I'm curious. Everyone that's listening in right now, I need to know what your favorite pizza place is, and I'll start.
Yeah.
I've got a local place, even though it's a brand, it's a franchise. It's called a Mechie's, but the way they do it here, I'm in California, so yeah, I probably don't know pizza very well. But a Mechie's here, damn, with the ground beef, for me, that's what does it. All right, everybody, let me know what your favorite pizza place is. Tiffany, what about you?
Yeah, favorite pizza place. We've got a local spot here called Dead Rise Pies. They are my favorite pizza place. They have an amazing white pizza that is to die for. That's my favorite place. Yep.
Nick, do you have a good
that.
place in Michigan or no?
Well, no, because Michigan pizza sucks. There's nothing better than a giant foldable slice of New York City pizza. I don't care where it's from. If you can't fold it, it's not pizza. There you go.
I'll agree with that statement as well. Sure, Nick. You can't fold it, it's not pizza. I agree. All right. Awesome. So let's talk about your tech tools real quick. So and I'd like to see some posts in the chat too. In fact, I'm going to open the chat, which normally distracts me, but I'm going to open it right now because I want to see what you guys are saying. How many tech tools do you use in your business? I'd love to see some ideas. Is it 5? Is it 7, 10, many? Okay, Jean, I'm in that same court. Many is the answer. You know, how many tools do you have? The average, and I honestly don't remember where this came from, just to be fully transparent, the average is 11 tools that every single real estate agent uses.
Damn.
So the average agent uses 11 tools. Now, I want you to think about that a little bit with what you're doing every single day. How many times are you opening that tools? What are those tools? What are you doing with them? But the average is 11. So we've established that we use a lot of different tools, right? So the issue with that is that technology is changing and the speed of technology is overwhelming. So the latest and greatest tools are evolving every single day. How many of you guys have shiny object syndrome? That you've bought a new tech tool this year just because it looked cool?
Every day.
Right?
My wife gets
every
mad.
day. Every day we do this. And how many times do you purchase a tech tool that doesn't actually fit into your business strategy?
Every other day.
Yes. Yes. So we're going to jump into that. And there's not just one way to do your business, right? So this is actually from the 2023 NAR Technology Survey. And the thing that I found interesting with this is that the path to success is really varied. So if you look at this graph, and this is just 3 examples, and there were many in the report, but if you look at this graph, it shows that just as many people that use one technology, and they say it's absolutely adamant and so important to their business, an equivalent number of people say that they don't use that. So that shows that in real estate, there is no one path to success. Your neighbor might be just as successful or more successful in not doing anything the same as that you're doing. Right? So that's just another reason why it's important that you have a system where you can tie different types of technology together that work together in an integrated fashion, right?
Yep.
So we've confirmed you have a lot of tools as real estate agents. We've confirmed that you swap them out regularly, that maybe you buy shiny objects that you shouldn't buy, and that there's multiple paths to success, right? So there's one other thing I want to point out. And I think I'm going to get a lot of people to agree with me on this. The most painful thing to do as a real estate agent, as a team leader, is to change CRMs. Agree or disagree?
This is so true. I hate
Yes.
it. This is the worst thing. It's like
the worst
moving.
thing.
It's like I hate moving. It's like
Yes.
actual moving.
Yes. It disrupts your business. It disrupts your daily workflow. It's distracting. So why do we handcuff ourselves to an all-in-one where we can't tie in the best-in-class technology into an integrated system? All right. One more thing on that, and then we're going to get in out of the philosophy and into the evaluation process, which I think is going to be helpful for everybody. So this is just a quick statistic, and this is from a survey that we did amongst our customers, Follow Up Boss's customers. 83% of Follow Up Boss customers report using their integrations daily. So that means they're tying things together into our system. They're not just using our system as a database. And 48% of them say they use them all the time and can't live without them. So our integrations, our integration partners, these companies that we work with, are the lifeblood of our business. How we all work together is the lifeblood of our business. So let's get rid of the philosophy. We've laid some fundamentals, and let's move into the evaluation side, and let's talk about where do you start? How do you evaluate your tech stack? Okay. All right, so I'm going to give you a 5-step process, and write this part down, but I'm also going to, give you something you can screenshot or take a picture of. But there's a 5-step process to evaluate your tech stack. And the first step in that is to assess. So you need to assess your tech stack. So you're going to start a spreadsheet, and you're going to list out every single tool that you have. And when's the last time you actually thought about this? How many times have you actually written down like what tools you have? I know, like for me, I'll see it ding on my credit card when I had an annual subscription to something and I forgot that I even set that up, right? So, because it happens a lot of times because we sign up for tools all the time. Well, as part of this assessment, this initial stage, I want to give you a little bit of a framework to think about. And this is what we call a life cycle funnel or a bow tie funnel. So we're all familiar with the traditional real estate funnel, right? Where you have leads that come in the top, and then hopefully, if everything goes well, the contract comes out of the bottom, right? And that is the end of the real estate funnel. No, it's not. Not if you do it right, because there's also this most important part at the end, which is the staying in touch part. And that's where you start to get this growth loop. If you can stay in touch with your clients, your past clients, you're going to get more business from them. They're going to transact with you again, and you don't have to start at this awareness section and keep going through the selection. They're just going to become clients for life. And then they're going to give you referrals, and that's where this growth loop really starts to take off. And you're really growing your business big time there. So what you need to do is you need to take that list of your tools and tie those tools into one section of this loop, of this funnel, of this bow tie funnel. Where does the tool serve you? That's step one in assessing the process. Where is the tool serving you in this funnel of gaining a client from awareness to staying in touch with the client? Tristan, you look like you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I love that. Actually, you could create, Tiffany, this is awesome. You could create like a sheet with like notes under each one so that we can fill it in and be like, oh, I know. Right. This is great. Great job on this.
You're like reading my mind in like 2 slides. So it's good stuff.
Sorry.
No, I love it. It's fantastic. It's
I
good.
I take notes. So I'm like, oh, this is good. So
yeah. So where's the tool serve you? And some tools are going to serve you in multiple areas, right? So it might be that you have, I'll use Ylopo as an example. You might have Ylopo, and Ylopo you use for the awareness part of the funnel in branding ads, but you also use it in the selection part of the funnel for your prospecting, right? So are they going to select me in remarketing and those kinds of things? And you can also use it for staying in touch on the tail end with some of the reports, seller reports, and those things. So it is possible that a tool might serve in multiple sections of this bow tie funnel. So keep that in mind as well. The next step of this 5-step process is to evaluate, right? So the evaluation process, we're going to go through 4 questions that you need to ask. And you can ask yourself, you can ask your team, you can create a survey and send it out to your team. But these are 4 very important questions you need to ask about every piece of technology that you have. And those questions are, what's the purpose of this tool? How many times, if you're running a team or even if you're a solo agent, doesn't matter, but how many times do you ask somebody, hey, why do we have Sierra? Why do we have call action? And they don't know what the purpose of the tool is.
So
that's a training issue, right? Or an awareness issue for your team, but you need to be aware of those things. So what is the purpose of the tool? How often do you use it? Do you use this tool every day, every week? Rarely? Never? How often is it used? Do you even know the login? What is the current value of the tool? So, and this is a scale of 1 to 5, right? A scale of 1 to 5, what's the current value of this tool? 5 being very valuable, 1 being not very valuable. And then what's the potential value? And the difference between current value and potential value is current value is how much of the tool are you actually using? Potential value is you know there's more to it, you just aren't using it all. And the important thing is to identify that gap between current value and potential value. So if you have something that has a low potential value and you're at the current value, then maybe that's not the best solution. Maybe there's something else you should be looking for. But if it has a high potential value, but you're not using all of that, your current value is a 2, your potential value is a 5, maybe you need to spend some time looking at that tool and optimizing it, right? So this is the example of this spreadsheet that I put together in evaluating our tools. And I did use Follow Up Boss in a couple of sections there because I do think that it does fit in multiple categories of that bow tie funnel. And this was, again, just an example, but creating that spreadsheet that says, what's the tool? What area does it serve in my business out of those 6 areas on the dropdown? What's the current value rating on a scale of 1 to 5? What's the potential value rating? And then the last section is what's the priority rank? And we're going to get to that in a little bit, but that's going to get into like, where do you feel like you have gaps in your business? Because what you're going to find when you lay all of this out and you actually put it into a service area, you're going to find that you have some areas that have gaps. You might be, over leveraged in one area and under in another, and you need to kind of balance some stuff out. You need to fill those gaps. But the first step is assessing that and evaluating it. So then the third step is integration. So integrate. Are your tools integrated? So are you using them? Are they integrated? Do they work together? Do you have them connected? Have you set it up? And then the fourth step is to optimize. So this is where we take that current value and potential value. Are we fully realizing the value of this tool? And if we're not, then we need to pick 1 or 2 things to focus on. You can't focus on everything all at once. You can't eat the entire elephant. So pick 1 or 2 things, again, based off that priority column of where do we need to spend the most time working right now, and maximize to that potential value as much as possible. There's never going to be a world where we are taking full advantage of every single tool that we own, because we also have to make sure that we're taking advantage of it in the way that our business strategy runs. Because again, if you remember that slide back at the beginning, there's multiple ways to run this business and we don't all do it the same way, which means we don't all have to use the same functions of every single tool that we have.
True.
And then the 5th step, and this might be the most important step in this evaluation process, is to eliminate. Eliminate the tools that don't serve your needs. Get rid of them. Get rid of the noise. Get it out of the way. All right. So we've gone through the philosophy. We've gone through the process, the evaluation process. So now we're going to put some things in action. And I'm going to show you a few more things about how all of these things can work together.
Show us the magic.
All right. So my question to you guys, and again, please put in the chat, do you know where your business will be and what your business will need in the next 2 to 3 years?
It's a tough one. I mean, if I'm answering that honestly, I'm not sure that I fully do.
Well, that's good because that's the answer, because nobody does.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody really knows. We can model it, we can map it, and we can, try to plan, but it can't be 100% correct. Let's talk about AI.
Yeah.
Look at what's happened with AI just in the last 12 months. Look at what's
The
happened in the
last
last 3
session.
months.
Look at the last session. I was like,
Yes.
whoa.
Whoa. Yeah. There's new tools coming out all the time. There's new opportunities. The market changes. There's all these kinds of outside pressures that happen. We don't know what tools we're going to need, which is why we need to have flexibility.
Yeah.
And that's why the philosophy of an open operating system is important, because that can shift and evolve, and we can plug different tools in when we need to plug them in, which brings us to that word integrate. And I'm gonna make this, I'm gonna say dumb it down a little bit, but I don't really think I'm dumbing it down. I want to define this word, because I think that a lot of times in real estate, we throw around terminology and we don't really think about what the terminology means. We throw around the word, integrate your systems together, integration partners, or automations, or AI, any of those things. But we need to think about, what is that definition? And the definition of integrate is to bring together or incorporate parts so that they become a whole. So you're bringing things together so that they can work together as one. And I think that that is an important definition, because if you're just plugging things together, but they're not working together, then you haven't fully integrated, and you certainly haven't optimized. So I wanted to define that. And then I want to talk about what that means and how things are integrated. So we've all heard of an API, right? So we know what an API is. And you hear tools talk about having an open API. And that is one way that you can integrate tools or connect tools together, is to have an open API. But it's not just about having an open API. It is also about how easy is it to program to that API. How much of it is open? Is the whole thing open, or can you only get 5 or 6 different fields if you try to tie things together? And then also, what about all these other ways that you can tie information together? So I'm going to go through these really quick and just define them and talk about why they're important. So webhooks. Webhooks are real-time notifications. It's a two-way exchange of data. You're pushing and pulling information from one system to another. This is how you get showing notifications and property inquiries and those kinds of things. A pixel is what syncs activity from your IDX from your website into your CRM. This is how you get those property views and favorites and all of those kinds of things. Embedded apps. Embedded apps are a way that you can have one system show up within Follow Up Boss, within another system, without having to log out and log back in or change over. It's right there within the view of the screen. Email parsing, the ability to bring in leads from any source that emails you a lead, so that it all lands in your CRM so that you work it. How many times do you miss an email with a new lead notification when it doesn't show up in your CRM? Then there's integrated inbox. This is a relatively new feature for Follow Up Boss, but integrated inbox allows you to have all of your communications in one place. And I'm going to show you what that looks like in this. Well, is it playing? Yes, it is playing. Okay. I'm going to show you what this looks like. So integrated inbox is all of your communications in one place. This is your Ylopo Raya messages showing up in your CRM. This is your call action responses showing up in your CRM. This is street text, etc. This is all of these tools, Real Scout, showing up in your CRM. And then you get the opportunity to not only have all of your communications in one place, but use those communications to build out your process. So what does it look like when we put it all together? I'm going to give you an example of what a high-powered integration in Follow Up Boss looks like. And this is our Zillow integration, but I'm also going to show you what it looks like if you're not with Zillow, so you don't have to worry about one thing or the other. So here you go. Here's an example. This is where your activity comes in, your property views, You have activity on when they're active. This person's currently active, but they're most active on Mondays at 11. So when should you call them? Should you call them while they're making dinner, or do you call them when they're active on Zillow and they're thinking about buying a home? It's going to give you the specs of what you're looking at. So this demonstrates right here the embedded app. So this is on the right side panel in your follow-up boss. It also demonstrates the pixel activity of showing the activity of property alerts and those kinds of things coming in. And then it'll also show you the integrated inbox where Zillow communications come in through the Premier app. So this is just one example of an integration that we have that's very sophisticated. But that's not all. We have other insights that drive action. And I took this little jump share video about an hour ago from my own CRM. So this is right in here with me working. So here's what happens. You have a lead that comes in, they have activity going on. Oh, they looked at a change notification in Sierra. They favorited 4 properties. Oh, they're looking at, okay, really low budget, but they looked at that house 6 times. Look at that, 6 views on that house. Do you think I need to respond? And then this is something that's not out to everyone yet, but the AI summary, I should have that video on repeat play probably so you can see it again, but I'll play it again. But the AI summary is what shows you the highlight of what is going on with a lead all in one summarized place.
Nice.
Pay attention to the tags too while I've got this up. This isn't just tags from one system. This is tags in that one lead. There were tags from 3 different integration partners, and this person has only been in our system for a week or so. So by tying all of those systems together, all of those integrations together, we can then use those tags and we can use this information to build out our smart lists, which are our consolidated lists of people that we need to talk to. So this is how you marry all your insights together. This is how you take your Real Scout notifications, your YLOPO, your Fellow, your Street Text, your call action, your own IDX, your everything you have, any integration. We integrate with over 300 partners and marry them all together into the most prioritized prospecting and follow-up lists. That's how you optimize your system, and that's how you know what to work on every single day. Boom. So what are your takeaways? I hope you'll evaluate the tools that you have.
Yeah. That was my takeaway, honestly. I loved because we have the bow tie funnel. I have it in my book, the whole process.
Awesome. Yeah.
One thing I love though is taking the tech and identifying where it goes and grading it and being like, wait a second, is it as powerful as I thought? And boy, am I even using it? I love that. So that was my takeaway.
Yeah. Awesome. So yeah, use all the integrations available and have an open operating system.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Yeah, that's what I've got. And I will leave you with machine efficiency and human empathy work together. So you can have all the tools in the world, but those tools are designed to just alert you so that you know when to make connections with your customers and clients and use your human empathy to truly make your business thrive. And then we've got a QR code for a free trial if you're interested in that.
Scan the QR code, everybody. And if you want to get a hold of Tiffany, how do we get a hold of you?
You can follow me on Instagram. Tiffany_Gelzenis is my name there. Or you can email me at tiffany.gelzenis@followupboss.com.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you so much, Tiffany. We love that you were on. And we are going to move on to our next person. His name is Burton with PropStream. So guys, scan that one more time, and then we are good to go.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. You did an awesome job, Tiffany. I took some good notes, so thank you.
Awesome. Appreciate it. Talk to you guys soon.
Thanks. All right, let me get this on this end. If you're watching on Facebook, we're on Lab Code Agents. If you're not part of Lab Code Agents, jump in here. Just wanted to showcase LCA. And let me stop sharing that. Burton, welcome to the show. I like your background, man. What's your favorite piece of your background that you've got?
Ooh. It's going to be this right here. This, and then I would say right after that, this box right here. I'll explain why.
Yeah, what is that?
So this box right here is PropStream when we first started. This is the original version of PropStream. This is our software. It's really cool too because it shows you like all the requirements, like must have dial up. Obviously things were much different back in the day. So I like that because it reminds me of like where we started and then where we're at today. So every time I walk into my little studio here, that's like one of the first things I see, and it's like, hey, we've come a long way. And then the 10 thing. So PropStream was acquired by Stewart Title in 2021. We sold the company for quite some money. And obviously now that we're part of Stewart Title, they kind of recognize the growth of the company. So I've been with PropStream now 12 years, but this was my little 10-year thing that they sent my way. So just love the fact that, when you hear acquisitions, usually it's like, oh, it's a bad thing. And you never want to, see a company absorb another company. But that wasn't the case. Like Stewart Title has been amazing. And this is what I like. Like we got so far without them. And then when the acquisition happened, this is the honest truth. We're kids with keys to the castle now because they have so much data. Like you have no idea how much data they have. So it's like now that we have it's like literally like I'm accessing the playground before anybody else does. So love it. And those are the two things that I would say always just resonates with me the most.
I love that, man. Where do you want to start with PropStream? We've all heard of it. It's been around for a while. It's got a good name. Where do you want to start with this?
Let's just address, so for some of us that are here, you probably know about PropStream. For those that don't, let's just give you a quick overview really quick. I'm not going to go through the actual product, but just kind of like a table of contents on what PropStream can do. So let me share my screen here. And for those that are wondering, okay, I've heard about PropStream. How does it benefit me as an agent, as an investor, as a real estate professional for that matter? Well, this is what we do. Our product can do two important things, and that's analyzing a property as well as lead generation. Now, when it comes to analyzing a property, all you have to do is just zoom in and click on a parcel or type in the address, which, by the way, we're nationwide. So this is what it looks like when you're in PropStream. And what I mean by zooming in and clicking on a parcel, you can actually do that. Like I can go into Missouri right now and zoom into Columbia, which, by the way, I'm in Southern California. We don't restrict anybody, so you can search any market you'd like. There's no limit. But right now, I can zoom in and click on this parcel and then go into the details. And now I know the two owners on the property. I could see the property details. I see that this property was built in 1935, which is going to help me ask, questions about the condition of the property. I could run comps. And the cool thing about PropStream is we not only give you public records, so you can see off-market cash transactions, especially if this house is like dilapidated. You're probably going to want to run comps against cash transactions, but we also have MLS data nationwide. So if this is like a property that's not in your jurisdiction and you can't access the MLS in this market, well, that's where we come into play. You can just tap into our MLS access and use our filters and run your comp. Not only that, we have demographics. This has become very popular over the last few months because what we did differently is we did it within a mile of every single property in PropStream. We have over 160 parcel records. Every single property, we did a 1 mile demographics around it and gave you things like how many owners versus renters in the area, average income, education level. And this is why it's become very popular with real estate agents. I'm seeing agents go into PropStream and type in their listings one at a time, go into the demographics to see the breakdown of owners versus renters, because now I know what type of buyer I need to find for this listing, right? If it's an 80% renter environment, I'm going to look for a renter buyer. So PropStream has a cash buyer option that shows you all non-owner occupied cash transactions. That's probably the person I want for this listing. So this has become very, very popular. We have tax information and a bunch of other things. So The cool thing about PropStream is we don't collect data from one source. It comes from, First American, CoreLogic, Black Knight, Atom Data Solutions, and other little small independent data collectors. And that's the key component about PropStream. But what we do after we get it, that's the important part. And so recently we did some AI integration. And so here's another property I wanted to show you. Looks similar to the other property that we just pulled up, but the difference with this property is it's been blessed by our new PropStream intelligence. So this is our new AI platform. Long story short, before this platform came in, it would be we buy the data, then it would stream to you. Now, PropStream intelligence is going to analyze our data, and we're telling it to do two things right now. It's going to evolve, but the two things right now is, hey, we have MLS photos, so why don't you go through those photos of ours and give us a grade? Like, let us know compared to all the other photos that you're seeing through PropStream's MLS data, go through these photos and give us a grade. So it's going to give you a total condition grade, as well as a breakdown on the exterior, the interior, the kitchen, and the bathroom. Not only that, we're also telling our AI data to look at our mortgage data. One of the things that PropStream's known for is our mortgage data. So we're telling our AI to look at mortgage data, to look at our pre-foreclosure data, to find indicators and behaviors, and how likely is this property going into that direction. And so this owner here has a lien on their property. It looks like they failed recently on the MLS. So you try to sell, you have a lien, you're not in pre-foreclosure yet, but if this direction keeps happening or you keep heading in that direction, this percentage is going to keep climbing and climbing. And that's how that works. So it's a very powerful AI system that we have, but this is one of the features of PropStream. If you were to ask me, how does this benefit you? It's the property information that we've collected from all these different sources, brought it in so you can analyze it all on one page. But then the other things that we've added to it, like our AI, our additional algorithms. Another thing that's really powerful that a lot of people like is linked properties within the same details. What we did is we took the tax information address, did a reverse search on it, and we can show you how many other properties they have in their portfolio, which is a really cool thing. Because again, you might be dealing with someone who has a tax lien and they have 3 properties. Maybe they need to sell more than one. Or maybe you want to find everybody in your market that has 10 properties. Those are probably the individuals you want to build relationships with, right? Because they might be listing properties every 6 months, and that's a new listing for you as an agent every 6 months. So one of the most powerful things that we do is the property details, but where I like to focus is lead generation. Because what if I don't have a property? That's where the power of PropStream comes into play. And again, we're nationwide. So again, that was California. But if I wanted to, let's say, pretend I'm an agent today. Let's say I'm an agent. I'm going to play make-believe right now. Let's say today I'm an agent in Denver. So I can type in Denver right now. And since I'm not typing in an address, here's what happens when you type in a county, a city, or a zip code. We give you every address that's going through some sort of scenario. So there's 280,000 records here. You can go through them one at a time. I don't recommend that. We will help categorize them for you here at the top, but what I highly suggest is go into our filter menu here at the top. That's located just to the right of the search bar. Start there. There's over 160 filters at your fingertips, and it all starts with the lead list section. In this section, you have 20 categories. I like to think of this approach as the traditional approach. Just like in the past, before PropStream, before that CD was ever created, you had to go to the county and grab a list from them. And you can do just that here. I could say, hey, I want to see everybody in Denver that stopped paying their taxes on time. There's the 47 tax delinquent properties. But I'm not done, because 47,000 records is a lot. That's where the additional filters come into play. You're going to have the ability to play with our property details, like whether you want vacant land that didn't pay their taxes, or a commercial building, or a residential property. And as you select your class, the property types will appear. So if you want residential, are you looking for multifamily, or are you looking for, residential types of property? So you'll have options, and you can select more than one. PropStream intelligence, we showed you that, right? You can actually filter for that. Show me all the properties that have an overall condition of average or below, because I know a fix and flipper who loves tax delinquent properties that aren't in great condition. That might be the property for them, right? So you can filter by our PropStream intelligence, our foreclosure factor. We have MLS filters. This is cool because you could say I want it on market, but I know most of you guys want it off market. So you're most likely going to hit no, but you could stack. What's also awesome about having MLS data is I could say tax delinquent, and under MLS status, I could say, oh, it also failed on the market. So you've already exhausted that option with that broker. How about our brokerage helps you out, right? We have probably a bigger buyers list or whatever that method may be. So you have MLS filters, you have pre-foreclosure filters, so you can, identify certain ones or exclude those records from your search. Ownership info filters, so you can look for owner occupied, non-owner occupied, certain years of ownership, the owner type. Remember the numbers of properties, that link thing? You can actually search by that. So show me a tax delinquent property who failed on the market, and this owner has maybe 3 properties or more under their portfolio. Now we're down to 815. Lien, bankruptcy, divorce statuses are also filters that you can apply. Value and equity, so you can search by estimated values, rental values, or even an equity amount if that's what you need. And last but certainly not least is our mortgage section. You can search up to 4 open mortgages on a property, or perhaps a certain loan type, or even an interest rate. So I'm looking for a tax delinquent property who failed on the market. The property owner has 3 properties or more, and the type of loan they have is a FHA or a VA loan. That's who I'm looking for. And there are your 5 Denver properties that fit that exact criteria. And that is the power of PropStream. But if I could be honest with you guys, there's a lot of filters, and I know it can be very overwhelming. So here's what I'd like to do. I'd like to give you guys some best practices on how to effectively approach when you're building your list in PropStream, okay?
Thank you.
There are 2 ways to do this. The first way we kind of talked about, and that's the traditional approach. It starts with picking a list. So just a few moments ago, you saw me pick the tax delinquent list. That's the traditional step. You start with the list. But the next thing I highly recommend that you decide is, do you want it on or off market? Now, again, I would be lying to you, but most of our users only use us for off-market properties. So the next step is most likely going to be going into the MLS section and hitting no there. So pick the list that resonates with you, especially if it's a distressed owner list, like a lien list or a bankruptcy list, and then make sure it's off market next. Okay, that's step number 2. Step number 3, go to the equity section, value and equity, and let us know the amount of equity that you need. Because again, we have negative equity properties, but if you don't want to encounter a homeowner with negative equity and tell them you got to bring money to the table in order to list your property, then you could avoid that conversation. Just go to in our equity section and apply a minimum. Say, okay, I want tax delinquents that are off market, and please make sure you have at least 30% in equity or more. And then the step number 4 is a combination of 2 things, and that's just add your property and owner characteristics. Because as I showed you, we have vacant land and commercial buildings and office spaces. So if you don't tell us exactly what you need, we're going to give it all to you. And that could cost you time and marketing money. So if you don't need those duplexes or apartment complexes, head into our property details and say, hey, I'm looking for just a residential property, only single family. I don't need any of this other stuff. And I don't want a mansion, so keep the bedrooms under 5. You've got to be specific on your details, because the thing about PropStream is, again, we have over 160 million parcel records. And so if you don't tell us what you want, our assumption is you probably want everything. Okay, so lists, off market, your equity, property characteristics, and then last, but certainly not least, your owner preference, right? Your owner characteristics. Remember, the intention of lead generation is to build a list and market to it. Whether you use our marketing platform or another one, or even knock on doors, in theory, you're controlling who's going to call you back or open that door. So if I say, hey, I would love a list of corporate-owned properties, and I market to a list of corporate-owned properties, then corporate-owned properties are going to be calling me back. Okay, so if I don't want corporate-owned properties calling back, let's say I just want individuals calling me back, then you're probably going to want to make sure that you select individuals as your owner type. Okay, so let's recap. What are those 4 steps to approach this the traditional way, just like many have before? Pick a list, make sure it's off market, apply that equity that you need so, again, you don't come across a negative equity property or upside down property, underwater, whatever you want to call it. And then your property and owner characteristics. Because we have so much data, it could cost you time and marketing money. So be specific on your property characteristics. And then again, you get to control who calls you back. And that's because you get to control the type of owner you're targeting, right? Cause and effect. Build a list of individuals, I market to them, individuals call me back. So be aware of that. Anything after that is what we would call list stacking. So let's say, okay, well, I got my 28 properties. You know what? I also want someone with a mortgage. Okay, we'll go in there and add a mortgage, right? As long as you follow these 4 steps, you'll be headed in the right direction and you should have some really good leads. Now, this is what I want to leave you guys off with, okay? I've been around real estate agents and professionals like yourself for a long time. I started realizing this isn't the only way to find leads. As a matter of fact, just remember this philosophy, okay? A lead is not always going to be on a list. And if you understand that, then you're on the right track. As a matter of fact, I call that building situations. There are so many situations happening right now as I'm talking that are never going to be on a list that none of us data collectors can collect, right? Because it just doesn't exist. But because we've put all that data together, you can actually create things that people have never thought about. I'll give you a few examples today, okay? But before you do any of this building situations, let's just make sure we get the important stuff out of the way, okay? Step 1, make sure it's off market, okay? So before you start building your situation, make sure it's off market. Step 2, make sure you apply your equity. Step 3, property and owner characteristics, right? So even though you haven't built a situation yet, these are still probably some things that you need to consider. So let's do that. I am in Denver. Let's play make believe. Let's say I pulled every single list PropShip has to offer. Am I done? No, Burton said a lead is not always on a list. So, but before we do this, let's make sure it's off market. So MLS off market. Equity, let's do 30% again. Owner property type. So we'll go back here. Let's do residential, single family. Again, we'll keep it under 5 bedrooms. I don't need a mansion or anything. And the same thing with owner, right? Owner, I'm looking for someone maybe in the house for 10 years minimum and is an individual. Okay, so my 3 things are done. Off market, equity, my property and owner type. Great. Now create your situation. And here's one that resonates with me because this is the reason my dad sold our house when I was in middle school. And it has to do with the property details itself. And you know what that is? Sharing 1 bathroom for 10 years. So how to do this search, right? All you have to do is identify a house that would be for a family. I would say maybe a 3-bedroom property. So if it's between 3 to 5 bedrooms, it's definitely a family in there. I don't see a bachelor owning a 4-bedroom property, so commonly, right? So find me all the 3 bedrooms to 5-bedroom properties in Denver. But here's the caveat: 1 bathroom max. That's all I need. Don't show me anything more than 1 bathroom. Not only do I need all the 3 bedrooms with 1 bathroom, let's make sure it's owner occupied. So I know that that you live there. This is not your rental property. You've been here for 10 years. You're an individual and you've been sharing that 1 bathroom with your family for the last 10 years. There's 3,500 of them in Denver. That's what I mean by building situations. Again, this is the reason my dad sold. He was not in pre-foreclosure. He didn't have a lot of equity, so he would have never been in the equity list. He was answering his mail, so he would have been in the vacant list. He had no liens, none of that. Just sold the house because he was tired of 2 middle school kids fighting over the hot water every single morning. This is something you guys have to understand, that you're in this transition. It must have happened somewhere in the 2000s, but things are starting to change. There's the traditional method, which is going to work, but that's becoming very competitive. You don't know how many people are pulling the same pre-foreclosure list that you are, the same vacant list that you are. Now, I'm not saying that you shouldn't do that. My advice is if you're going to go into those categories, just understand it's very competitive. And the only way to win competition is creativity or a lot of marketing money. I'd stick with creativity because that's always going to win, in my opinion. But building situations is the next big thing. And people don't realize it yet. So things like sharing 1 bathroom. Here was one that was very big last year, and a lot of people weren't realizing it. I saw a few people use PropStream for it, and it was going into our mortgage section. So let me show you what they were doing here. They were going into PropStream and saying, hey, show me everybody in the market that has like an 8% interest rate or higher. Because at the time, rates were dropping. And so this was a great opportunity to say, hey, did you know rates have dropped? Now would be a great time to sell your house. Would you like to know the value of your property? And that was a huge marketing component we saw last year, is just show me everybody with a high rate. Because again, as a real estate professional, you know what rates are. But if you talk to the person who has 2 jobs, right, has no time to be paying attention to real estate news, they don't know what rates are today. And they don't realize that their 9% could, that 6% that's currently in the market right now could save them. So you might be thinking, oh, rates are going to 7%. That's really high. But guess what? There are homeowners out there with 10% rates that you're dismissing. They would consider a 7% interest rate because they might have gotten that 10% rate back in 2008 when that was the normal, right? Like, this is what people are forgetting about, right? That you have the luxury with all of our data to build situation. And one of the things I said earlier is just thinking outside of the box. Like, if I was a new agent in Denver, the first thing I would do is, hey, you know what? Show me everybody that's an individual in this market who has 10 to 20 properties. I want to know who these people are. These are the people I want to build relationships with. That's where I'd like to start my journey as a real estate agent. Know what they do, know what their types of properties they're looking for. Right? What's your portfolio? What's your buy box? Because then I can go look for that. Because I know you're active, you have multiple properties, and when I give you a listing, it's either going to be a fix and flip or a rental property for you. So one way or another, this contract is going to move. That's the power of having PropStream, and that's where I'm going to leave you guys off with. So thank you so much. Tristan, you have a question? So
yeah, we've got one question. They want to know if we can look up probates as well.
We don't have probate. What we have is actually deceased owners. It's our what we call pre-probate. And so what that's going to show you, again, we don't have probate data. So any of these houses could be in probate right now. But what we're showing you is that one of the owners is no longer with us. Rest in peace, Eric. But that's what our pre-probate data is. It's just a deceased owner on the title. And again, this property could be this way for the last year, the last 10 years. All we know is somebody on the title is no longer with us. So no probate data, just deceased owner data.
All right. I like that, man. And then I know you have a giveaway.
Yes. So three lucky winners.
Tell me about the giveaway.
So 3 lucky winners are going to get a gift basket. So we're going to be, actually the team will be announcing that, who the winners are. We're going to let them choose. But the gift basket is going to have swag and an annual giveaway. So 3 of you guys will win not only swag, but a whole year of PropStream, which is valued about $1,200 for the year. So good luck. Hopefully you guys get that. And again, we have tons of resources. So if you guys need any help, we do live webinars. We have an online academy. Just reach out, because we understand the sooner you understand our product, the sooner you can find these situations and start helping those people dealing with 2 teenagers sharing one bathroom, right? So good luck out there, guys. My name is Burton. I really appreciate your time today.
I appreciate that, man. All right. How do you want us to pick the winners?
You know what? I'm sure you guys will have a list of all the individuals that attended today. I know some people probably had to step out for lunch and whatnot. So we're going to let you guys decide. To just make sure whoever you decide is the winner, just send it over, and we'll get in contact with those individuals, and we'll send you guys the gift basket as soon as possible and get you guys the trial immediately, or the yearly subscription.
We'll pick them off record, and we'll make sure that it's somebody who attended in at least one of the sessions in this whole process. Do you have
Tristan's like writing his name 3 times in the hat right now?
It's too late. I already sent mine in, dude.
Just look for the $20 with Tristan's name on it. What was that, Tristan?
Is there a free trial by any chance? Like 10 days?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, there's a link that Jazz just put in the chat. Thank you, Jazz, so much. Click on that link, and it's going to give you guys a 30-day trial. So have fun. And again, we have tons of lists for you, but just think about those situations that you might be missing out.
Awesome. Thanks, Burton, man. I appreciate you. This was fun.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me. Take care, guys.
That was Bert and everyone with prop stream. That was very good. I learned some things. I didn't know it was that powerful. So very excited to actually test them out. Very cool. So we've got Nelson on. We just made him co-host. He's with Agent Fire. If you haven't taken a look at Agent Fire yet, we've got a nice session for you here and a nice giveaway too. Nelson, welcome.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
We got you.
All right, cool. Tristan, thank you very much. Sounds like you're sick. Hopefully you're staying
Dude,
hydrated and yeah.
It's the fire from LA.
Oh, fuck. Okay. Wow.
I went out to go show property to a renter that lost their home, and I was like, it was super smoky.
Oh,
And
man.
it's been a week now. I'm like, dude, can't go away. It's crazy.
Yeah, make sure you have like a really high quality filter in the house. There's a company called Rabbit. Air quality is really important. Yeah, they have the best filters.
Look,
it's like $600 maybe with the filter kit. But anyway, so hope you get better soon. Let me share my screen.
First
here.
question off the gate already, Dave.
Yeah, okay.
Does Agent Fire integrate with Follow Up Boss?
Yeah, we do. We have a really tight integration with Follow Up Boss. We even have a Follow Up Boss widget where if you have our IDX, you can, and our support team can help get this set up. You can essentially set up listing alerts from directly within Follow Up Boss. All right, let me.
While you're setting it up,
yep.
Apparently you're giving away an iPad.
Yeah, we're going to give away an iPad Air. I'm not sure how this giveaway works, but so we're going to give away 2 iPad Airs. I think I said that right.
Okay.
Yeah, so one of them will be just for this webinar. The second, I think you can see my screen, right?
Yep, I got you.
If you book a demo with Agent Fire and complete it by January 28th, so that's next Wednesday, I believe. One of the people that has booked and successfully completed a demo will give you an iPad Air as well. And you can go to agentfire.com/iPad to book a demo. Hopefully by the time I'm done going through this presentation, which is really not so much a sales pitch for Agent Fire as it is, let me actually get the slides up on the screen. As it is just the 2025 real estate website playbook. What we tried to do with the presentation today is essentially, there's a lot of companies every year that put out these trends reports, which are really fascinating. And so we tried to do something similar, but for real estate websites. I thought this was especially pertinent and would be hopefully a really nice session because the role of a website has changed so dramatically, and especially over the last 2 or 3 years. It's just, it's just completely changed. And still overwhelmingly, the people that we speak to in demos, the agents and teams that we speak to, still have this very like antiquated idea of what a website is. And I think by the time you're done watching this, you will have a completely different perspective of not only what a website can be, but what a website should be in 2025 and beyond. So, and you can see this slide, right? I'm full screen. This is
you got it, man. I got you.
All right, cool. So yeah, let's get into
I'm
it.
making sure, by the way, Nelson, I was looking down at my screen because I'm texting our whole list right now, and I'm texting him and letting them know that you're giving away an iPad and not to miss it. So that's what I was
thanks,
doing.
man. Yeah. I'm a generous guy. So, and iPad Air, I think, is probably the best of the iPad because it's just a perfect size. And my daughter has one, and yeah, it's great.
It's easy to carry around. It's powerful. It's good.
Yeah. iPads are cool. So, all right, cool. So anyway, just some of the numbers that we actually pulled from to put together this playbook. We looked at pretty much our entire client base. We looked at tons of pages. We actually looked at data over the last bunch of years. These are sites that are in the US and Canada, primarily in the US, but Canada's covered there as well. We also had direct interviews with 12 different agents and teams who we found were having like really good success with the website. So, and a quick introduction to myself. So I'm Nelson Quest. I'm the CEO and founder of Agent Fire, founded in 2013. I'm also the CEO and founder of Sold Pixel, which is a new company that I'm working on specifically for branding for real estate agents. Maybe I'll talk about that towards the end if I have some time. I do a lot of brand strategy type stuff. I love branding, and so you'll see as we go through this presentation, a lot of the stuff we talk about is branding, but how to actually leverage it to get a result, versus just talking about branding like in general. And I'm very sleep deprived. You can see my two. I've tried updating these pictures for every webinar that I do. So to my daughter Eva Atlas, my wife gave birth to twins about 4 months ago, and that was the last time I had a good night of sleep. So so I'll just start by saying I'm not going to read this whole slide because that would literally bring us to the end of this presentation. But 99% of agents are using their website the wrong way. They have just an old, antiquated idea of what a website should be, and let's fix that. Section 1. So what are the 3 key real estate website shifts to make in 2025? Hopefully you guys can see these animations. We worked pretty hard on these. So number 1 is to stop seeing your website as just something you need to check the box on. So many agents just see the website as kind of and see their entire job is almost putting together a tech stack where they're just checking things off of a list, especially as we enter into this age of AI. Technology is this weird paradox where the more easily accessible information is, the dumber humans seem to get. And so what you want to do is you want to be just leveraging technology to become like a cyborg, to essentially dramatically improve and enhance the services that you're able to provide to your clients, the knowledge that you have access to and that you're able to provide to them, like on the spot in a second. It's one of the big takeaways from this from my little presentation here. So start seeing your website as a tool that you can actually leverage in every interaction, to help you win and attract new business. Again, that's another big thing that's a really big thing, a big shift that we've made here at Agent Fire is not seeing the website as just sort of this static thing that just sits in the background, but rather seeing it as something that you can actually literally leverage. Like any type of interaction you're having your text messaging with a potential prospect, or you got a referral from someone, or you're at a seller presentation, like any interaction, any email that you're going to send out, like how can your website be a resource that you can actually leverage in all of these interactions to not only provide incredible value to the people that you're dealing with, but also at the same time, like simultaneously demonstrate you as the clear, like authority pro that they need to be working with. Number 2. So this is going to hurt a lot of people. This is the thing that probably bothers me the most when I hear clients talking about it is just to stop obsessing over SEO when you're never going to rank competitively against big portal sites. I could probably do an entire webinar just on this, but so many agents are still trying to rank for long tail keywords, and you're literally competing. Zillow has a $18 billion market cap. Last time I checked, it's probably increased since then, and that's who you're competing against when you're trying to rank for long tail keywords. Now, with that being said, there is still an aspect of SEO that you can and should attack, and you can have a lot of success with. There's 2 things actually. One is just to rank for your agent or team name. We are in an age, I said this in the last webinar, and Tristan liked it, where anyone that buys anything or engages with any service, like, they're going to Google it. Like even if you're buying a $2 tube of toothpaste, you're probably going to look at like 3 different toothpaste. You're going to check Amazon reviews and see which one has the best reviews. And then if you're like me, you're also going to see, are they buying fake reviews? Like you're going to do that sort of level of investigation. And so you want to just rank number 1 for your agent or team. You want your website to be the first thing that people pop up that pops up when people are trying to vet you out. Second thing is Google My Business. And again, I don't have much time to explain here, but there are lots of opportunities. Google My Business. There's lots of experts that specialize in helping to rank for Google My Business. And especially if you're in an area that's less competitive, what's cool about Google My Business is it's not like if you're in Los Angeles, it's not like you're competing with every single agent in Los Angeles. Google My Business uses this like grid type ranking system. So if you're in a specific area of Los Angeles, there's still opportunities to rank ahead of other agents and people that are in that area that are searching for real estate agents. Like you have an opportunity to rank for this stuff. And Zillow is not trying to rank for this stuff because Zillow is not an agent and they don't have a Google My Business profile. So third thing is to just stop settling for generic. I mentioned this in the first slide a little bit, but as we enter this age of AI where, there's so much noise now, there's so much just like generic crap. Even with Agent Fire, even with a lot of the other personal ventures that I'll pursue, I think if you just go all in on being authentic, being professional, but in a way that's authentic and personal, being hyper local, you want to cut through the noise and you want to be the signal. And this is more important now than it's ever been, and this will continue to be like just extremely, extremely important. Section 2. So what types of pages actually get the most clicks, right? Number 1, and this is surprising to many people, but when we look at our client database of websites. The about pages, right? So these are typically titled, they could be titled about, but they're typically titled like why work with agent name or why work with team name. These are some of the pages that get the most traffic on our entire network of sites. And so the reason they're important, and the reason they're important, the reason what I'm trying to say, like I was saying earlier, where agents are getting vetted now, like way more than ever. This is the fact that these pages get so much traffic on our network is a clear indication of like just how important it is to present yourself in a way where you make yourself the clear option for anyone considering doing business with you. And so like a good about page, let me just show you one that we did quickly for, this is a top agent out of, I think he's actually in Los Angeles. But you're going to have just a short little description of yourself. You want to have, if you have experience, if you have data points that you can actually highlight on the page, like number of transactions, total transaction volume, that sort of stuff. You want to feature that prominently on the page. You don't want to have too much stuff. You want to have just enough where people can scroll to the page and very quickly be convinced that you or your team are who they should be working with, right?
That's a very
profile
clean
pages.
site, man.
Yeah. This actually, fisherrealestate.com. If you guys have an opportunity, maybe you want to put it in the chat. It's actually, it's a site that I worked on directly, and
Is this
very
is this
happy
custom,
with the
semi-custom? What is this?
yeah. This is a custom website.
Fisherrealestate.com. Is that what you said?
Yeah. And I don't get involved in that many builds these days, but this is one that I was directly involved in. And yeah, I mean, you can just look at the menu structure of this site. You can look at how all the copy, it's all like brand focused copy. It's all very scannable. If you look at the number of pages that are presented in the header menu, it's just, I think we've got like 4 options here. Everything is just really, this is a perfect example of like a perfect website for 2025.
Yeah.
For testimonials, I see a lot of agents that just link to these pages that just have boring lists of testimonials that they're pulling in from different sources like Yelp or Zillow. Like the gold standard for a testimonial section is this, right? Is big smiling photos at closings. Very clear, like specific call to actions. You're trying to, funnel people on your website down a specific path. These guys do a lot of stuff on Instagram, so he's promoting that. Anyway, just quickly, that's a good example of a why work with us page. And those are some of the elements you want to make sure you have on a page like that. Number 2 is featured listings. I won't spend too much time on this, but essentially you want a way to just like prominently feature your personal listings in a way that's really going to impress sellers. And at the same time that you can share with your network, you can share to social media, you can share anywhere and make sure that you're able to capture leads by locking the page. You want to make sure that the page incorporates like virtual tours if you're doing that. Again, a lot of you guys are doing really high professional photography, drone stuff, and you want to just make your listings like look amazing, especially if you're on a seller presentation. They want to see that you're going to present their listing better than any of the agents that they're also potentially considering. And so, having a listing presentation is of course great, but having really impressive featured listing pages is excellent as well. I mentioned in a previous webinar, I want to mention it quickly. We have these nosy neighbor campaigns that were inspired by Tom Ferry. And I don't have an example. Actually, I could get an example quick. Maybe I'll do that towards the end, but when you're doing case studies, there's a lot of talk of case studies and how to do that on a website. If you have an opportunity, if you have a listing or a couple of listings where you were able to, let's say get a price that was above market, you had to overcome certain obstacles, try to set up a page that actually goes through your process as an agent or team, or what you went through to sell that property. And those are like fantastic case study pages to set up and share with potential clients. And a lot of the clients that we interviewed are using we have what's called our nosy neighbor landing pages. And a lot of our successful clients are using those and really having a lot of success with those. I wish I had an example. I don't, but hopefully what I just said makes sense. So number 3 is area pages, right? And so there's a lot of talk area pages. If you look at, there's a lot of, if you look at most real estate websites, a lot of them have area pages, but they're not really area pages. It's just a page that has the area name and then some listings on it. With Agent Fire, at least, our area pages feature demographic information. They feature local school information with star ratings. They feature Yelp top local businesses. I actually have a really good example of an area page here. And I'll scroll through it slowly, but just a short description. This guy does a lot of YouTube stuff, so obviously we featured a tour of Carlsbad video here. He's got videos for like all of his areas. He's awesome. Some nice high quality photos, descriptions, a CTA to try to get people to conversational type CTA. Anytime you do a call to action on the website, you want to try to make it conversational in nature, where you're not trying to just force them to give you your information. You're trying to, again, just spark a conversation. Listings with the ability to filter by open houses. We have a feature called automatic market reports. So this is the primary call to action on this page. Again, I mentioned school information, Yelp top local businesses. We give our clients the ability to actually customize this. So a lot of the clients that we actually interviewed are going in, they're putting their top like restaurants, their top coffee places, and then they're sharing this when they're having conversations with clients. It's like, oh, okay, you're interested in Carlsbad? Yeah, check out this area page I got on my website. The restaurants there are actually my favorite restaurants. Like this sort of stuff provides huge value, is super professional, and again, none of the agents that you're competing against are going to have this on their website, right? How are we doing we're doing okay on time?
You got about 5 to 7 minutes.
Okay. All right. Let's go quick. So one page that I didn't mention, but I think just has a lot of opportunity in 2025 is it's just buyer and seller pages. So again, people hate when I bring up the NAR settlement. At this point, nobody even knows what the hell's going on with that. If you want to know what's going on, I know Tristan does his awesome webinars with Sal and a couple other guys. But the big takeaway from the NAR settlement is that people are just vetting agents more than ever. They're questioning, is this agent really worth the commission that I'm paying them? And so when you have a nice page on your website set up, like a page for buyers, for sellers, that like clearly and beautifully articulates your unique experience, all of the unique skills and things that you bring to the table. Not only is this stuff really helpful to share in the actual conversations you're having with prospective clients, but people that are coming to your website are naturally gravitating to these pages, especially when they have like catchy names and they're featured as one of like the few but main sort of call to actions on the and the homepage especially, and in the header area especially.
Very true.
What role does IDX have in 2025? So this is my favorite section because I think agents need to just really, really update how they see IDX, how they see property search on their website. When I mentioned earlier that a lot of agents just sort of check the box on a website, part of that is just setting up a generic property search on their website, right? So they'll have just like a crappy template type website. There's nothing unique or special about them. And like the star of the show, which is not the star of the show, is property search, right? But now with that being said, and again, the reason I preface everything like that is because, as we know, most consumers, when they're searching for homes, they're starting their search on Zillow. Like almost everyone's using Zillow. That being said, there are still ways to use IDX, and let's get into them, where you can still provide a tremendous amount of value to the people that you're working with, right? So number one is just curated and hyperlocal search. And I actually do have an example of this here. So this is where you're just setting up curated searches on your website, right? So this is really nice. You can set them up for specific areas. You can set them up for specific lifestyles. In this case, you can see you've got single family homes, oceanfront condos, new construction. Again, this is really nice stuff that shows that you are an expert in the area, and it's also just really helpful for you to be able to share in conversations you're having with people. They mention, man, I really would love something on the water. Boom, oceanfront condos. Man, I'm really interested in new construction. Boom, new construction. So that's one of the ways you can leverage IDX for good results. Two is listing alerts. I won't spend a lot of time on this. I mean, you guys are already familiar with listing alerts. As I mentioned at the top of this session, Agent Fire has a direct integration with Follow Up Boss, where you can actually set up listing alerts for your clients directly within Follow Up Boss without having to leave the CRM. We also are big fans of companies like Rooster and Real Scout for clients and agents who are just doing a ton with listing alerts. Last thing is just VIP home search. So this is a unique feature that we developed at Agent Fire. This is sort of our reimagining of the traditional property search. So again, rather than just offering like a standard property search on your website, which most people that come to the website are not clicking onto that. VIP home search is what we did is we essentially made the property search AI powered. So you can just type in like roughly what you're looking for. And this is a great thing to share with people that you're just starting leads and prospects that you're just starting to have conversations with, where they can go in and they can just type in, like they don't have to select from drop down list. They can just type in like roughly, I'm looking for 3-bedroom homes in Basking Ridge that have at least 2 bathrooms and are under 750K. And then we use AI to just parse that and essentially put together the search. But it's just it's a newer take on IDX property search. This is the last section, I think. Which calls to action generate the most leads? So number one is just recommended listings, right? So this is a lot of this is listing alerts. A lot of this is setting up PPC campaigns for specific types of property searches, right? Like single story homes or equestrian homes or homes in a specific area. That stuff gets a lot of clicks and a lot of conversions. Home valuations are actually still surprisingly very popular, especially if you're using them in PPC campaigns. And what's great about home valuations is you can build them into a lot of your CRM automations. Like, so if you're sending automatic emails from people that contact you, or if you have like drip emails that you're sending out, like a great one to set up is just a offer for an automated valuation. You'd be surprised how many people still fill these things out, and they're also just a great conversation starter, right? Because
still do, man.
Yeah. People go, they'll fill out the valuation, then you can reach out and say, hey, I can actually provide a more accurate valuation if you'd like. And it's just a great way to start a conversation. Whenever you give someone value, that's always like a great way to start a conversation.
That's very true, man. That's very true.
Yeah. And last thing I'll mention is just a neighborhood quiz. This is an Agent Fire specific feature. You can think of this as kind of like the opposite of free home valuations. So this is the feature we built out to essentially capture buyer leads, and we can go through and set it up with you, and you can share this with people that are not sure what neighborhood they should be moving to. They can go through and they can fill out like their specific interests and a couple of details about them, and it'll actually recommend the neighborhood or a couple of different neighborhoods that may be a good fit for them. So
I love it.
Yeah.
Quick
Okay.
question.
I do have one more section. Yeah, go for it.
People said that your page says 10% discount, not 20%. So is it 20%? We're just making sure.
Which page is that? Yeah, we have a 20% right now.
All right. Perfect. Then just want to send them to the right link. That's all.
I think the Lab Code Agents one is 10%. So yeah, we can update that. I'll reach out to Jasmine afterwards.
Right.
Yeah.
So if people sign up, they're still getting the 20%. That's what they're asking.
Yeah, totally. So we have 20% off on semi-custom and custom. And we actually are running a discount. This is the first time we've ever run a discount. So we have 3 different packages. We have Ignite, semi-custom, custom. We have a discount right now on Ignite, which we've never run a discount on that before. You could learn more about our packages on agentfire.com. If you go to pricing, you can actually click build your package and get pricing. And yeah, you can see all of our different packages, and you can go through the entire process of setting up an Agent Fire website and see everything that's included.
Awesome, man.
Yeah.
All right, Lenny.
So I think we're out of time. I'll just mention quickly, I'll skip these parts. These are essentially just clients talking about different ways they're leveraging their Agent Fire websites for really good results. And last thing I'll mention is that we are giving away 2 iPad Airs, one on this webinar today. And the second one, you can go to agentfire.com/iPad. So agentfire.com/iPad. And if you book a demo on that page, so you can't just book and then not show up to the demo. If anyone that books a demo through this page, we're tracking every booking that comes through here. And if your demo is completed by January 28th, everyone that books a demo and then completes the demo by January 28th will enter into a raffle for a second iPad Air.
All right. I just put it on there. Wait, how do you want to pick the winner? Do you want me to just say pick somebody? Types in. All right, here we go.
What I'll do also, I'll say too, iPad Air or $600. I'll figure out how to send it to you.
Yeah, well, that's actually really good, dude. I'll just give you my Venmo number now. I won.
Not you.
I've been winning a lot today, Nelson. Let me tell you, it's crazy. All right, here we go, everyone. Type into the chat, Agent Fire. Agent Fire. Make sure you spell it right. That's going to be one of the criteria of me picking.
Yeah, everyone spells it. Yeah, a lot of people spell it with a space in between. So that is actually not correct. And you will be
no space.
Instantly eliminated.
It is one word.
One word.
One word. Agent Fire. Agent Fire. We're gonna pick one in about 4 or 5. You know what? Somebody made me laugh at the beginning, Nelson, and said that your picture on your website doesn't have your tattoo. So they're like, "Oh,
Oh
you
yeah,
just
it's pretty recent. Yeah. Well, last 2 years.
oh,
I'm kind of extreme, so I didn't do it
okay."
in pieces. I just yeah.
Are you ready? I got one. Here we go. Don't get mad at me. I just
This is
scrolled
exciting.
through.
Yeah.
Shannon Williams. Shannon Williams, you are the winner. Do me a favor, send me your email and your phone number in the chat. I'll send it over to our team, get it to Nelson, and then you can decide, do you want the iPad Air or $600? There you go. You guys all get a second chance. Go to agentfire.com/iPad. Get that demo done before January 28th, and you get entered to win an iPad. There you
Yeah.
go.
Shannon,
Nelson,
I'm actually I'm leaving the country for a year, so if you could just write me in February of 2026, I should be back, and we'll get that iPad sent to you.
there you go.
Yeah, no, I'm just kidding.
That's funny. Nelson, thank you, buddy. Stay healthy.
All right. Yeah, thank you guys. Appreciate it. Tristan, you're the man.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Feel better. See ya.
Thanks, man. Thank you.
Sure.
All right, Brian. Thanks for jumping in here.
Hey, how's it going? Can I just comment on Nelson? Nelson's a good guy. I wanted to say earlier, I've had a lot of dealings with their organization, and before we get into this, Lofty has the WordPress plugin that we just released, and so if there's anybody at Agent Fire that wants to plug in to one of their websites or plug our system in or those types of things, we can support that for anybody that was listening in, and that's part of our ecosystem. It's only available for Lofty. You probably didn't know that. I wanted to
beautiful.
connect that. So if you guys
Brian,
want to
I
learn
didn't
more
know
about
that.
that, yeah.
That
So
is
we have
actually good
we're a
because-
website agnostic system now. So
Let me tell the team right now, because I was going to have his team build out our broker facing, I just opened up Y Realty, our broker facing website. And I was going to ask you guys if you run the back end, because we don't want to get rid of the power of the back end of Lofty.
you don't want to have this kind of follow-up boss kind of way to think holistically from CRM. So, I mean, we have our own ability to do custom sites and SEO, or we have an SEO builder, but sometimes there's other vendors that want to have that WordPress and they want to have that full custom site. And so for everybody that was listening to Nelson and Agent Fire and all of these guys, probably we're just now rolling out of our beta, making it available. So for those of you listening in, tag team off of that, they want to learn more about Lofty, and think of us as website agnostic, full platform. But we can manage pretty much any ecosystem that's out there. So Nelson's great. I've had a lot of experience in the past year, but being able to have a WordPress platform plugin is unique in the space, and so it's something to think about. So Tristan, offline, you could talk to me about that. There's no reason to disconnect the search to settlement phase, some of what we're going to be talking about right now.
Perfect. So Brian, really quick, I'll connect you and Nelson by email.
Yeah, I'm a firm believer. So he was talking about hyperlocalism, SEO, hyper contact ties into exactly what we're going to be talking about today. And just want to let everybody know that, creating hyperlocal pages, SEO pages related to website to backend services like landing pages and squeeze page we'll be talking about doesn't necessarily have to mean that you have to go to a disconnected web experience within Lofty's ecosystem. So just FYI.
All right, man. All right, where do you want to start with hyperlocal lead gen?
So my partner's on here, so we're gonna start here. Obviously, you've heard me do these things. I'm here at Inman, so sorry I'm a little ragged today. And I just got off speaking on their stage on a panel, and this topic was marketing and advertising, where it goes today. Nice. And my talking was exactly what we're talking about today, which is how does AI and how does hyperlocalism impact the agent's ability moving forward in this space and where we're going. And then let's tie in the TCPA stuff that everybody's freaked out about in the next few days that's happening on the 27th, and how does it all tie into hyperlocalism. So we're going to start here with marketing and advertising. A hyperlocal is really about marketing your SEO, your content, your ability, your social to connect with people on a local level. If you're doing PPC and throwing a bunch of stuff blind out, you're going to get blind leads coming in. Don't mean they're hyper local. They might be living outside your area, dreaming about going to Beverly Hills, but never going to buy there. Okay. They might be, window shopping somewhere else. But
Yeah.
when you're dealing with hyperlocal, everybody you come in contact with is a commission check waiting to happen. I'm going to repeat what I just said. If you're walking down the street and someone's walking a dog next to you, put a dog outfit on with your domain on it. That's hyperlocal marketing.
Yeah.
Your dog could have juliesmithrealestate.com on their outfit. Walking
Can I write
on
off my dog food now at that point?
You could probably do that.
Dog food.
But I was in my neighborhood and I saw a person walking their dog, and they grab a sign flyer out, and I started laughing because I've always been this big fan of, if you're walking your dog, and someone walks by and says, grabs a flyer, the flyer should say, if you're walking your dog and you grab this flyer, would you like to know your home's value? Scan this code, because that's who's grabbing the flyers in the flyer box. So on this slide here, you see traffic times lead capture times follow-up equals money. This is a mantra I've been doing for 20 years in real estate, and it's the formula for success to make money. So Tristan, using your broker, if you had a weekly meeting that have agents to have hyper local marketing and advertising, I would have a weekly marketing meeting every week with your broker and agents, I'd sit down and I would say, this is the formula for success. What did you do this week to get traffic? Traffic is paid traffic, paid advertising, Google traffic, Facebook traffic, door knocking traffic, flyer and mailer traffic. It does not matter. If you're at a restaurant walking around, that's traffic. If you have a party, that's traffic. Whenever I've had home parties or gatherings, Christmas parties, I always invite a real estate agent. He's my co-sponsor of the party. I get up, I do a toast. I thank John, he's real estate, blah, blah, blah. He's here with me to joint host this party, and he gets deals every time we used to do that. When I've done that, and he could send invitations out, and I could create a landing page for an invitation, send a party out, and on the landing page in the Lofty system, I can have them register, and I can kick off, hey, thanks for registering to my party. Full nice invitation. But that's traffic, because they all are homeowners, they're all renters, and they buy a house. They all have family, they all have friends, they all have people. We need to move away from trying to find leads that want to buy now and start collecting people, traffic. You can't open a restaurant. You're a business. You need traffic. It's not, setting up a website to billboard in the desert doesn't do anything. You have to have traffic.
It's true.
Okay. From that traffic, you have to have lead capture. That means you have to have a landing page, a scan code, a marketing system that allows you to capture leads. If you send traffic to a website and you let them watch your website and leave, and they don't register, what good did that do?
None.
Tristan, how many business cards have you handed out in your life?
I mean, at the beginning, it was a lot, but now I haven't handed one out in it must be 5 years. I don't even have business cards.
Now they have the digital cards, and you meet somebody, that's great. But if you hand a business card out and you don't have that digital card, you have the digital card where they scan it and you get a lead out of it. It's traffic. It's lead capture. On the back of your card, you can have a little scan photo that does a virtual introduction video of yourself. Hi. Thanks for getting my card. Nice to meet you. Let me shake your hand virtually. Our system has scan codes. You can put that on a business card. No big deal. Open house signs. How many agents put a scan code in an open house sign? You know how many people walk by those on the street?
Yeah, that's true.
And they don't have time to go to the open house.
Street.
Yeah. And they could just scan the code. I see them all the time. So again, everything is traffic. Everything is lead capture. Everything is a way to get back to you. And then finally, follow up. How are you not, if you get all the leads in the world, are agents going to be good at follow up? Are they good at follow up? Do they follow up? We've moved to this thing about transactional leads is the only thing we're worth doing. No, all leads, name, email, friend, family, they're all good because they're either a homeowner or a renter. And so with the commission lawsuit, making that you have to agency buyer agency agreements. If you wait till somebody's ready to buy, they probably talk to an agent to put them in a buyer agency agreement for 6 months.
Yeah.
Right. So
3 to
we're
6
going,
months is what we're noticing.
yeah. So we got to turn back the clock to the way real estate was done before we thought we could just buy ready-made leads that are ready to buy. We actually have to provide concierge service. We have to provide value. We have to provide long-term nurture so that all leads will want to then get into an agency agreement, earn that business from our hyperlocal lead gen and marketing. Everything should be about creating a concierge or hyperlocal marketing and management system that allows for you to get traffic and lead capture through that formula into hyperlocal lead capture tools. For example, Zip Blast that we offer at Lofty. A lot of people do, you probably know from your brokerage, you can blast a listing out through like a dare ad on Facebook through our system and get leads. But what happens if you're an agent and you don't have a listing and you don't want a $79 blast and generate 5 to 20 leads? In Lofty, you can just literally click a button and it's like, I did the webinar, it stands up and says, I want a lead machine. I said, I got one. You just go in the Lofty, push blast, and you have a lead ATM and just push it. I know you joke about it, but it's traffic on that capture lead. We now created Zip Blast that no one's has. So now you don't have to have a listing. You could just do a Zip Blast and you drops a pin, pulls all the listings in a circle and does a cascade ad. And they're now generating leads without. So again, that's hyper local Facebook, local lead gen that able to do. That's one example. Business pages you can create for your Facebook, but everybody creates one business page. Create a business page for every community. Turn your business into your own HOA for a community. Think about that. You can be the go-to person in a community with a Lofty system and create your own version of an HOA and be that representative that everybody goes to in that community when they need something. That's what agents all dream about and wanting to be about, is being that hyper local expert, not on real estate, but the hyper local expert. Yeah. And so how do you do that on demand with Blast and these other things? Is by leveraging your best asset. You're able to take Blast and you're able to market a listing in the neighborhood. You're able to then connect that neighborhood to a group blast, a zip code blast, a property blast. This is all hyper local people. So in other words, when you do a blast, or what we call Lofty Blast, or in this case, for all the people that are not on Lofty listening, making sure that you're leveraging a hyper local listing ad. You can go to Facebook and do what this does automatically yourself. Just have to take the manual process that maybe you don't have time to do. Or if you're an agent listening in and you have another company, they have a boost product or something. This is not abnormal. We just we made the easy button. But everybody that sees this ad lives within 15 miles of that property. So let's think about it. If somebody became a lead, you could invite them to lunch. You could invite them to a wine, dine, and have a good time real estate party for their neighborhood. I'll repeat what I just said. You could invite people to a wine, dine, and have a good time real estate party for their neighborhood through our system, because you can take all of these leads and create a Facebook group for that zip code. And anybody who lives in that zip code, you can invite everybody through. Did you know that you can create a business page for Facebook for a zip code, Tristan? Then you can go into our content on Lofty, our GeoFarm, and have context of all the people who live, or you can get the contact records from a title company. Then you pull them in. Then you can import those leads into your system under a zip code. You can't, because of TCPA permission to contact means you can't just start blasting them, right? But it doesn't mean you can't load them into your business page for that zip code and then retarget them on your Facebook page. Now you just created a digital farm. Thought of that. Never thought of that, right?
That's a good one.
So introducing things like Lofty Bloom, which is automatic circle prospecting, like I just described, and being able to automatically own a zip code exclusively that we're launching next month. This gives you everything that I just described automatically done for you. You can load all of your people in a zip code. We will do that for you. All of the zip code exclusively. We will retarget digital postcards and digital ads in that zip code automatically through our GeoFarm product. We will automatically set up all the landing pages and squeeze pages for home evaluation for that hyperlocal ad that you're doing exclusively, only one person per zip code. And we're going to empower agents to dominate that local market through not just listed and retargeting ads, but they can also expand that out. Every agent listening to this can manually do this. This is nothing new. Circle prospecting is nothing new. But doing all those things that I mentioned and having it automatically done through the GeoFarm tool is a way that agents can dominate. It cannot be done for everybody. We exclusively do it for only one agent to expand. because I can't do that for 27 agents at the same time. It devalues that one hyperlocal agent dominating that particular zip code. So now we do blast in the zip code, we do zip code blast in the zip code, we do hyper-targeted farming in that zip code, hyper-targeted seller marketing in that zip code. So when everybody leaves and lives in that zip code, they're all seeing your face everywhere they go. But everybody on this call can do this even if they don't have a Lofty system. It might be harder, it might cost you time, it might cost you effort. Nothing new. The average postcard when you do this gets an 800 to 1200% better response rate. And why? So how long you been in real estate, Tristan? I think it's what, 20 years?
21. Yeah,
21 years. And in all the people listening in, I'm going to ask this question because there's all kinds of products out there that I've been experienced that try to say things like, we can find the house that's ready to sell now for you. They're going to special, right? The special algorithms and stuff. Don't market to all the houses. Why would you not want to market to all the houses? It's the biggest asset you have. Why wouldn't you want every house to know who you are, right? Have you ever noticed that every time a sign goes up in a yard, there's multiple signs that follow it like a virus?
That's funny, yeah.
Always. All right. So the number one marketing piece for seller marketing is a sign. Sign goes up, everybody around that neighborhood, that sign, they freak out. They want to see what the house looks like inside. You have a captive audience. They all want to know. They all want to know. My wife put a pool table in our house. I went on, she's with me in New York, but I've been in this event, came back, and there was a pool table because she saw the inside of a property in her local neighborhood, and and she liked the way it looked.
That's
right?
crazy. Yeah.
So why not make sure that every time a house hits the market, or every time something happens in a zip code in a hyper-local market, you're the agent that's marketing to those people, not that person, because the average agent won't do it. What if you could use other agents' listings to brand yourself? There's no rule against it. No rule, as long as you don't actually physically use the listing itself. You use the event. And everybody already can walk out their door and see the sign. Why not make sure that every time someone does that in a zip code, you're branding yourself to everybody without doing any work? That's a
smart way of doing it, dude.
Right? And all of a sudden, then everybody remembers you, right? And you start to then manage that asset, that zip code. There might be 19,000 properties with a total market cap of average property sales per zip code. You could do the math and you could see how much commission you're missing out on because you're not managing the assets in a one-to-one hyperlocal marketing.
Yeah.
Your best value in hyperlocalism is a total market cap of the total number of listings in that market that could sell. Then you have your TAM of the total number of houses that sell in a given year. Do the math on what your commission could have been if you would have got those deals when they did get them, and start planning your hyperlocal marketing to make sure you get those deals when they do happen. So when the music stops, and what's your favorite zip code, Tristan?
90265.
All right. So let's imagine that the music stops in front of a house today. I guarantee you there's somebody who wants to list in that. Do you want them to list with you when that music stops, or do you want them to go to someone else?
Me.
What are you doing to make sure that zip code is making sure it's you?
I'm using all of this stuff, bro. Come on.
I'm not calling you out. I'm just hoping using you as my guinea pig to make sure that agents understand is they should be asking that question.
That's funny.
How many agents are on? It's a good question, right? How many agents are on this call that wake up every day, go outside and find somebody's house listing in their neighborhood from a competitor agent and just get furious that you didn't get the listing because Bob, your neighbor, didn't call you and let you know?
Okay, that's happened to me, and I hate that feeling.
I hate that feeling, man. It's happened to me. It's happened to my partner. It's happened to every agent on this call. It's probably happened to all the people listening. Hyperlocalism means that you are not going to miss out on those opportunities by doing things with Lofty's marketing system or other systems like Lofty that do it. I'm not going to make this about Lofty, but agents need to be getting in front of people, hyperlocal, in front of them at the grocery store, wine, dine, and have a good time. One of my favorite things I'll end with on this before is why not go to a local farmer's market with a kiosk from a local area you live in and you'll get hundreds of people listing opportunities just doing that. It won't cost you any money because you're a hyper local representative. You can get a scan code just like this, scan it. This is my marketing to you. You're my hyper local marketing. I love lab codes. It's one of my favorite things that we do as an organization to connect to your group. It's amazing. But why don't we connect the same way for agents listening in this call?
That's
Connect.
true.
Don't try to find a lead that's ready to buy now. Try to find a lead so that I'd rather grow an apple tree than buy the apple. Buying the apple is a lot more expensive than growing the apple tree.
That's a good
So
way of putting it.
Yeah. So churn your zip codes into your own garden. Churn your zip code into your own food supply, to your hyper local. Water those plants. Water those, plant your trees, plant your fruit, plant your food, and grow that own food. That's how you win against Zillow. Zillow cannot compete on a hyper local. Zillow cannot compete. AI can't go on an appointment. AI can't shake somebody's hands for you. AI helps you get the content to do this. So if you'd like to learn more about kind of what we're all about here, the formula with Lofty, learn more about our system, learn more about our marketing and AI driven system to follow up, but mostly about our marketing first initiatives to drive more hyperlocal traffic into your pocket, please scan the code, find out more about these products. And I kind of rushed through this because I'm hyped up being in New York. Tristan, do you have any questions?
How's the weather in New York?
It's really, really cold. This is the coldest I've ever had.
Is it snowing
this year? It did snow. It did not snow. It's supposed to snow later this week, but there is snow around. So there is snow on the ground. One of the interesting things I would share that I found out in the last 2 weeks from all the broker calls I've been doing on the commission lawsuit, TCPA that's coming up. But people say, don't talk about this a lot, and I'm like, no, I'm going to talk about this. Most of the agents I've talked about that are in buyer agency agreements are earning more in commission than they did before because they're putting people in that buyer agency. It gives them a validation of their work, and they're finding that their commissions they're getting better results by doing buyer agency, and they're getting better value out of their work. So for those agents listening in, I think this is going to be a good thing for our business.
I agree.
It's the first time we've ever had to force people to do a deal with us at phases of the game. It's just a negotiation. So if you tie hyperlocalism into getting that buyer agencies agreements, you're going to earn more money per dollar per effort with those leads. They need your help, so you need to make yourself valuable to them. And I think one of the things we're going to get out of this is a definition of that value, and not just a bunch of guys and a bunch of women, a bunch of people earning a commission because they drove you in a car. To listing. I don't think that's what people are looking for. They're looking for advisors, professionalism, people that know the market, can really service the market and earn that commission. We have to earn it, and we have to make the person feel like it. So I want everybody to know you guys are doing a great job in handling it as organizations out there, all the agents, and how you've pivoted to this new normal. I've found that the agents are doing a great job out there. You should commend yourself in a stressful situation that we're in with TCPA and what we're doing over the last year. I think that organizations in this organization space, I want to give you guys all a hand. It's been a stressful year for everybody here. And I think the people that are on this call are doing a great job of handling that stress. So thank you very much. And I appreciate having me to this event.
Brian, before you leave, one thing, by the way, Lofty is amazing. It's the core piece of how we function as a brokerage, and all of our agents get it because we can have our agents turn on PPC, Facebook, social, everything you just saw, plus some more, and retargeting. That's why we love it. But Brian, you guys have a giveaway. We're going to give away one swag bag. So you want to pick the winner, or you want us to pick it?
You can pick the winner. I'm good with that. Swag bag's fun. Get a Lofty, hat. Some of our processes. I get a lot of people wanting our Lofty hats every time. So yeah, it'd be great.
All right, here we go. Type in the chat, and you've got to spell it right. There you go. We already started. Lofty, Lofty. No, Chime doesn't count. That's the old name.
You just told people how to spell it.
Yeah, I know. There you go. Well,
Hey, Nick.
we're going to pick a winner.
Hey, sorry, I had to jump off for a little bit. Now I'm back.
No big deal.
All right, here we go. We're going to pick one. Let me scroll up a little bit, scroll down a little bit, and wherever my little hand lands. All right. I'm going to mess up your last name. Denise Kosterlitsky. Denise Kosterlitsky. Please give us your email.
I love how you had to choose someone with a name you couldn't pronounce.
Hey, man.
You could have gone with like John Smith.
I almost picked Nick Baldwin, but
yeah, I love Lofty. Could have gone with like, I'm gonna go with Natalia Belyaev.
Yeah, there you go. Perfect.
Yeah, when I spoke Nick today, the Kindle was the moderator, and she's like, "I'm just gonna say your name, first name. I'm not gonna try to say your last name."
Yeah. Look, Natalia has a good last name, Belyaev.
Yeah,
right. That's
yeah,
easy.
I'm just saying, it's a difficult name to pronounce.
Yeah. There you go. All right, everybody. Thank you for joining us for this session with Brian Lofty.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brian. Appreciate it.
Remember, wine, dine, and have a good time, people. Make some money.
Oh wait,
Cheers.
Natalia, no, you didn't win. I was just using your name as an example of one that's hard to pronounce.
No, Nick just screwed it all up for you, Natalia.
I know.
Listen, Brian, you want to give 2 swag bags away?
Sure, we'll give 2.
Okay, Natalia, give me.
Okay, Natalia, you did win. Okay.
Give me your email address also as well. So Natalia and Denise. There you go. Got you, Denise.
Natalia, you win.
Brian,
I know. I'm the worst. I know.
Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it. If you want to learn more about Bloom or Blast or Lofty or anything, just go to our website, check it out. For those of you that are already clients, already using our system, the Bloom product's kind of pre-ordered right now. So if you want to learn about it today, you can register early and find out what that is. We will reserve your zip codes now. So Tristan, if you have anybody within your office wants to do any zip codes, you're gonna they can come in, have them reach out, and we'll reserve them now.
I will text
so
you.
they get sold definitely. And I'll make sure that they get, because it will be sold. Zip codes will be sold. So Tristan, I'd love to give your office first clip on whatever your market is, if you like. Let me know. Okay, guys. Thanks,
buddy.
Enjoy.
Appreciate you.
Cheers. Yep. Bye.
Bye. All right. That was Brian Lofty coming in from Inman. Now we've got our last guest, Gus Munoz, Power ISA, previous engineer at Microsoft, now CEO of.
I didn't know you were a Microsoft engineer.
Yeah, man. That's a secret.
100%.
Oh, wow.
Absolutely. I was there during the decline. So that's why, we'll see, but it was good times.
I didn't know that there wasn't not a decline.
Well, it came back when they brought in the new CEO.
100%.
I'm teasing.
The last couple of years of good old Steve Ballmer.
So you were there during the Windows Phone days.
When Windows Mobile, 100%, Windows Phone, yeah, that was it.
Dude,
it was number one.
They had, they had the right idea with that phone. They were just a little bit late.
Gus, do you remember when they had the Zoom? What was it called? The Zoom, or what was that?
The Zune, Zune, not to be confused with Zoom. Zoom.
I don't remember the Zoom.
Ahead of its time, man. Zoom was a great product. I had a Zoom.
It was a great product.
It was a great product. Little clunky. Wasn't as stylish
I like
as
the
iPod.
I like the way the Windows Phone interface was with the tiles. It was cool, but I think it was a little bit late to the game, and then developers were not making apps. You know what I mean?
No, it was so Pocket. Well, I guess this is a story for another time. But it was first, Nick. Actually, Windows Mobile was before the iOS and the iPhone.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
okay, then
yeah. So that's how successful it was, right? So, anyways, guys, it's a great transition into the actual topic that we're talking about today. Here to give
hey Gus, move your mic down, dude.
What was it? A little bit too high.
Move your mic on your headset down.
Oh, I've got an external mic. I'm using.
Oh, because people are saying you're very low.
Oh, my bad. I've got the wrong. Hold on. Got the wrong. Oh, I got the wrong mic in here. Okay, well. Fixing it.
Okay.
So, how to convert more leads using AI voice? I love this.
Is that better? Can you guys hear me now?
Clear.
I mean, you sound fine to me, but I don't know. Let us know if you guys think it sounds okay.
Yeah, because the mic is definitely set up the right way.
Yeah, I can hear you
It's on
fine.
my external. I've got this mic here.
Oh, you're
That's why
good.
that's
You're
why this
good. You're
mic.
good.
Yeah,
You're good. People say
this
it's
mic here,
better.
right? So okay, great, great. Yeah, I did have the wrong mic. I did. So thanks for pointing that out, guys. All right, so we're here to talk about another emerging technology that I think people should keep an eye out for. I'm going to talk about the latest and greatest from AI voice, and I'm going to talk about specifically a case study that I think illustrates the power, the potential that AI voice has. For this whole problem of lead conversion, and I'm going to sprinkle in, a few of the latest and greatest updates. Brian mentioned, TCPA a lot. That's like, it's the latest, thing we're all freaking out about, right? That's the latest one. TCPA updates going, supposed to be going live on Monday. We'll see, guys. We'll see if that actually happens. But that's the current plan, right? So let's jump right into this whole concept of AI voice. So, anyways, Tristan and Nick, thanks so much for having him here. Appreciate you guys. Tristan, hope you're in a fireproof bunker there. Looks like a different location. Hopefully you're doing all right, buddy.
It's just
And
upstairs, buddy.
Oh well. So and the fully clothed Nick Baldwin is also great. Love it. The not showing off, not making
Hey,
it look
that
bad.
can
But
change
yeah,
at any moment, sir.
yeah, I know, man.
Don't call him out like that, Gus. We don't need that right now.
We're asking for it. We're asking for it. Right. So, anyways, I'll jump into it. Thanks, guys, for having me here. Little bit of background, like I mentioned, a lot of stuff in the AI voice space. There's lawsuits and there's changing legislation and there's a lot of confusion around it. I understand that. That's what being state of the art means. A lot of the industry is still figuring out how to best use this technology. It can be used to defraud people. It can be used to spoof people's voices. It can be used for a lot of harm potentially, right? I think that's why it gets a lot of attention from regulators, right? Because you can do a lot of harm if you really want to with a technology like this. We have a lot of established players in this space. Ylopo is developing their own AI voice capabilities. There's companies like Thoughtly, Synthflow. That's a UK-based company. 11 Labs has a lot of capabilities out there. So there's a lot of players in this space, and I think we're still seeing how things shake out and who's going to be like a dominant player for this. Like when any platform comes out that's new, the same story happens over and over again. We were just talking about another example with the phones, right? The phone wars of the early 2000s. That was a war, I don't know if you guys remember this, but there was debate on who was going to win that war at some point, right? So I'm old enough to remember that. We're in the very early stages of AI voice and what it can do for you. So that's where we're at. A few months ago, even OpenAI introduced a real-time API. That's I would say the latest entrant into this whole space. Real-time API from OpenAI. An interesting, piece of technology. At Power ISA Voice, we use all of these, right? We use different models from OpenAI, and I'll tell you, I'll be honest, you have to test these out because, for example, with real-time API, their latest release, we haven't necessarily seen more conversion, right? Like a higher conversion rate if you're using the OpenAI real-time API, for example, right? So you got to, anytime a platform, a new LLM model emerges, you got to test it out in the real world. You got to actually use it. Because when I present something to you guys on a deck like this, I'm going to show you a case study that's successful, right? I'm not going to speculate on, I hope this works and I hope this doesn't work, right? We're here to talk about what actually works and what we're seeing out there in the wild, okay? So that's why you guys are here, because you want to learn the latest and greatest.
I just started, go back to that last slide real quick.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I just started using Claude. Tristan turned me on to Claude, which is like a chat GPT. Right? No, yeah, text. If you're using chat GPT, check out Claude. I feel like it's especially with the texting, with the writing, it's much more human. It seems more human than chat GPT does.
Yeah, I've got a friend of mine that does book editing with Claude because it does like large amounts of text a lot better.
Okay, cool.
ChatGPT has more text, and so he'll drop like a whole chapter of a book into it, and find mistakes and like tweak it and change it, and he'll do a lot of editing.
That's how I've been using it.
Yeah, I've been using it to write scripts for my. I've been using it to write scripts for my reels, for Instagram, and it's much more human than ChatGPT is.
Yeah, ChatGPT can have that tendency to be, the certain words that it uses, the structure that it uses. Unless you spend a lot of time refining it, it'll come out and it'll seem like it's from ChatGPT. People can kind of figure that out, right? So you can have the same issue with voice, because what voice does, it takes an LLM like a ChatGPT, a 4.0, 4 mini, real-time beta, Claude, and then it just it processes the text in one of those language models, and then it sends it to a voice converter. Right? That's basically how all these tools work. So the more, like a real person that it sounds, the better, right? And then you've got this factor of speed, lag. Lag is a significant issue. You have a lot of grace with text. We can wait a couple seconds for text to come back and respond to us. You don't have that grace with voice. You don't. Has to be immediate, has to be quick, right? So that's why it's so important. I want to talk about the compliance piece because this is a significant one, guys. So about a year ago, the FCC came out and said that AI voice are considered robocalls or artificial voice calls. Okay, they're considered artificial voice calls for purposes of the U.S. federal law. Okay, that's what this means. It means that since it's a robocall technology, it is a regulated technology, and to be able to use it in the U.S. for any purpose, you have to have express written consent. Okay, that is the highest level of consent required under the U.S. telemarketing law, the TCPA. It's called TCPA, right? So under that statute, you need to have the highest level of consent that you can get, which is you got to basically check a little box above the submission button, right? When you're an online lead. It's not enough to be an inbound lead. That's not enough consent, because you can always you guys know how, Tristan and Nick, you know how this works. We'll put a little disclaimer and then like a hyperlink to like a 5-page document or privacy policy or whatever, and that's usually good enough, right? For most purposes, not for the purposes of AI voice, because it is considered a regulated technology. Okay, it's like a multi-line power diode. Also, right, a regulated technology under the TCPA. So it falls into the same bucket as that. So you got to be careful how you use it, right? Got to use it the right way. This snippet is directly from the TCPA one-to-one consent page. Okay, this is the stuff going live on Monday. This is the one-to-one consent. One-to-one consent applies as well to automatic dialers and to artificial voices. Okay, Gus, what does that mean? It means you need one-to-one consent. That's what it means, right? So it's the highest level of consent. You can. Sorry, not the highest level. It's the new level of consent that you need to use these tools: automated texting, automated calling, AI voice calling. Okay, so you need to make sure that that's you got to keep it in mind, because you need that to make this work, right? But a lot of folks are going to need that for different purposes. So this is one more reason to get in line with one-to-one consent. Here's some examples from Zillow. They already have this language in there. A pre-recorded artificial voices can be used. If you go on to Zillow and you submit your lead form, they're going to say, hey, we might call you with AI. They already have that in there. Same thing with realtor.com, pre-recorded artificial voices. Why? Because they want to be compliant. Okay, you want to be compliant with this technology. This is the way to make it work. It can work and it can be useful for you, but do it the right way, right? That's how you do it the right way. Pre-recorded artificial voice, right? Great. All right. Let's jump into the actual, useful things, right? That's why you guys are here. How has this technology proven to be, to actually be useful in the wild, right? Here's a great case study from an agent out of Canada. He's Matt McCormick, and he's using this is Facebook ads, using Facebook ads to home valuation, typical home valuation campaign. That's what we used the AI voice with, to respond to new inbound opportunities from home valuation leads. Okay, very simple setup, very simple scenario, nothing too fancy. Home valuation leads from Facebook. Right, this is the setup. Okay, this is what we saw. We had we didn't use AI voice in isolation. Right, because sometimes people want to say, oh my goodness, AI voice, I want to use that. I won't need a human ISA ever in my life. The best results that we're seeing aren't with AI voice on its own and no one else calling. I don't think that's a real scenario. I don't recommend that scenario, right? This is the best results we've gotten. Human ISA, right? Working. This is what Matt was doing. 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. local time, Monday through Friday. A typical, office schedule. Typical, right? Maybe a little bit earlier, a little bit later, something in that range, right? So this in-house, well, virtual ISA, this guy was a pro ISA. 5 minute speed to lead goal, 10 call attempts within 30 days. Okay, so they're hammering, right? Leads come in, they're assigned to them, boom, boom, boom. They're gonna call them 10 attempts within the first 30 days until they get in touch with them, right? So pretty aggressive, pretty a top-notch ISA setup. AI ISA, on the other hand, was working in tandem with the human ISA. Okay, so but they're working 24/7. So the human AI ISA, human ISA, they're working side by side, but the AI is always on, right? When the lead comes in, it's going to try to call, right? That's basically it. We also had other people working it, but this is the one I'm going to focus on. We had AI texting bot working, and we had a human. The real estate agent, Matt, was also calling these leads, right? I'm not including those results here because I think it's going to add some noise. I just want to focus on these two. What were the results of a human ISA calling basically 9 to 5 and an AI ISA working 24/7? Because I think the results of this case study help us answer the question, how should we best use AI voice, right, going forward? Let's jump into it, right? Oh, here's a sample script. It was a really simple script from the AI side, right? Hey, this is Kate. I'm an AI assistant with Matt's team. I got your message just basically, what anyone would say. Hey, I got your message from Facebook. You want a home valuation, right? That's awesome. Great. And and they would go into a few qualifying questions. I didn't want to put the whole script in here. I don't think it's that useful, but this is the conversion. This is the money shot, right? This is the one that you wanted to get to. Hey, Roger that. Because guys, the first rule of home valuation leads, is you don't talk about listing appointments, right? Everyone you want to sell because they didn't ask you for that. They didn't ask you to sell their home. They didn't ask you for anything, right? But the AI tried to, kind of talk about that, but not really. Right? So it goes into saying, even I know you're not ready to sell right now, but I'd love to send you some information. The next step is for me to send this over to Matt, right? And then have him give you a call with the results. Okay? That's basically it. Have Matt give you a call about the results. There's no listing appointment. You're not allowed to say that with home valuation leads. You don't need to. It doesn't help you guys, right? If anything, you sound like every other agent that's trying to reach out to these people. Don't be that way. They ask for a home valuation, give them that, right? And that's what the AI tried to do. And they would set up an appointment, phone appointment for Matt, typically the next day, right? Or within the next couple of days. That's it. It wasn't very fancy at all, okay? Okay, I know you can't stand the anticipation. You want to know what the results were of this case study. Check it out. So we looked at a group of 111 leads, right? And of these 111 leads, these folks are able to contact 35 of these 111. Not bad. That's not a bad contact rate for Facebook, right? 22 appointments booked. It's a really good percentage, right? 20%, up a little bit less than 20%. Still a really good number for appointments booked from Facebook leads. Pretty good, not bad, above average. So contact rate, about 31.5%. These are the global results, guys. This is the overall global results for both the human and the AI. And about a 20%, give a little bit less appointment rate. Not too bad. This is the surprising part. Human ISA booked 5 of those. AI ISA booked 17 of those. Okay. So, but before, these are the numbers, but you need to drill a little bit more and look at the conclusion, right? Because the raw numbers would say, oh my goodness, the AI ISA is superior than the human. Oh my goodness, outperformed it, right? The numbers indicate that, but when you look at the data, it's a little bit more complicated than that, actually, right? So look at it. And you can check this out, the full case study with Matt. This is on YouTube. This is on a YouTube channel. You can check it out if you're interested, the details from Matt. But let me jump. Actually, I cut that for time, but here are the key takeaways, right? Okay. The number, so the human ISA, so let me go back to this slide. The human ISA booked 5 appointments versus 17, guys. But here's the interesting thing, okay? This is going to be very market specific, but the majority of the leads for this campaign that came in were after 7 p.m. local time, or they were before 11 a.m. local time, which is, if you remember from the first slide, that's the shift of the human ISA. So it's not really that the human ISA didn't do as well as the AI. but the AI was always on call. The AI could take a call at 8 p.m., 9 p.m., could take a call at 9 a.m., 8 a.m., 11, 10 a.m., right? People tend to be on Facebook not during core business hours. That's not really, that's when most ISAs are on shift during core business hours. Let's say 8 a.m. local to 8 p.m. local. That's when most people are on shift. That's not when most people browse Facebook and are looking at some of these ads, at least not at this market. Okay. So that is the chat. I thought that was the biggest insight for us. Because when we looked at it, if you only looked at 11 a.m. to 7 p.m., the AI did not outperform the human ISA when the human ISA was actually working. Okay. So did the human outperform the AI? Kind of in a way, right? Because the AI is always on. The AI is always on. Okay. Because when you look at that, just 11 a.m. to 7 p.m., the ISA does a better job during that time. They can have a better conversation with these leads, right? But guess what? Outside of that time, when no one's calling them, no one on your team, many times, right? No ISAs are calling them. The AI did a pretty decent job, right? Not bad. Did the majority of the results. If you only called these leads from 11 a.m. to 7 p.m., this campaign would have been a failure, right? I don't think you would have kept this going. 5 appointments in a month, 111 leads. These leads cost a lot of money. Home valuation leads are not cheap, guys. Probably cost a couple $1,000 to generate these leads, right? Just on ad spend. Plus whatever, you're paying on someone else to run them for you, right? So several $1,000s spent for 5 appointments, that's not enough. 22 appointments, okay, now we're talking. Now those are really good results. So that is, I guess, the biggest learning that we had running this case study. And I think I'm inclining, Tristan and Nick, to think that this technology, even though at this point I don't think it's better than humans, not yet, side by side, apples to apples, I don't think it's better than like a real person, an agent or an ISA making calls. It has the capability to make way more calls and have way more coverage. And in this case, that is what had it win. That was the win. The coverage that it provided. Way more than, oh my goodness, the AI is better than a real person, right? So I think that was the biggest conclusion that we drew, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's one of the best uses for this kind of technology. With all the caveats, I might add some caveats here too. We've got some oh, my bad. A little bit too far. Sorry, guys. So the caveat,
I just wanted to say,
yeah,
I just wanted to say, I wonder if you took a poll with the people they talked to, like how many of them knew it was AI as opposed to like not a real human. You know what I mean? I'm just curious.
So so when you listen to the recordings, it's very few people that don't get that it's an AI. It's very few, Nick. Very few. Because the reason we can tell is that it's the tone of voice they use with it, right? Like they kind of know it's like they're treating it kind of like a phone.
Oh, you can tell. Okay.
Not really.
Yeah.
You can kind of tell. They're kind of playing along. They're waiting for it to respond. They're giving you a little bit of grace, right? They're like, they know it's a machine, so they're using the machine to get what they want, which is the home valuation.
Okay, so some of them do know and some of them don't.
I'd say 90% of people know it's an AI, some kind of.
Oh, they do know.
It's also saying at the beginning, I'm an AI assistant. Some people miss that. Kind of don't get that. You have to.
It's not a mystery.
There's ambiguity.
Okay.
Yeah. There's ambiguity on that, but we're on the safe side. Actually, I got this from Tristan saying you guys should disclose that, right off the bat.
Yeah,
right?
because
sure on the compliance side.
I know you do have to disclose it, but there are some ways that some companies disclose it in a legal way, but it's a workaround too. Like some companies will say this is Tristan's digital assistant. You know what I mean? That way it's like
maybe. Oh yeah, so you might miss it. A lot of people miss it. Since it's at the very beginning of the call, you guys know the first 5 seconds no one's listening. They're like, what? Who are you? Like they might miss it. They can easily miss it, but they kind of pick up on it, right? Even if you don't know right off the bat that that's it. My personal opinion, because there's a lot of 11 Labs will clone your voice. Give it a few recordings, and
I've tried it. It's crazy.
It's exactly, it's like you. I personally, I don't think that's a good use of the thing. For our purposes, like booking an appointment, I don't want you to think you spoke to me, right?
No, because then you have to. Yeah, then it's like, I talked to you. You don't remember, like,
this
whole conversation.
Number one, the technology isn't superior to having me on the phone, or it's not even forget superior. It's not equivalent to having me on the phone. Right? It's not that good yet. So I don't want you to think that I can make some mistakes in this call. I don't want that to happen, me personally. And then the other thing, what's
also
the
sometimes the
pronunciation.
Sometimes the pronunciation and the inflection on certain words are weird. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%. I don't think it would have nailed, Natalia Balyev, right? I don't think it would have. I don't think it would have. I don't think so. I might have.
How would
missed
it
that one,
pronounce
right?
Tristan's
But
last
yeah.
name? It would be like how Tristan. How does AI pronounce your last name, dude? Does it screw it all up?
It's Akuna Matata.
Oh, Akuna Matata.
Yeah.
Okay. What a wonderful
There you go.
name.
Close enough. Close enough. Close enough. So I think we have to ask yourself when you're cloning your voice and having because we can actually do this. We don't offer this service. We can do it, but what's the goal of that, right?
No, yeah,
Other than the
it doesn't
spoof.
make sense.
You're
Because then you have to
spoofing,
be
right?
aware
So
of the whole conversation.
100%, because they might actually, there's again, like I said, a minority of people, but they will actually think they had a conversation with you, which isn't true, right? So I'm not a fan of the cloning, but I am a fan of this technology as an assistant, as a helper, as a layer that you can help with, especially in that coverage scenario. I think that's going to be the money scenario for now, right? That coverage scenario where people aren't really calling, you've got the AI to kind of pick up the slack. And that's what my team is using this as well. I have an ISA team in house that calls our leads, right? We have inbound leads coming from Meta as well. So we have AI call it too, like, because we know, my team isn't 24/7. As much as I'd like it to be, they're not, right? So some of them are on salary. Let's say, I don't want them to be 24/7 actually, because that's not a great use of that resource. I think AI is a great way to use that. So, 80% of appointments are outside the shift. You have to deal with that. That's reality, right? How do you address that? AI can help you with that, right? And here's another thing. Here's the most important thing for now. AI on its own doesn't solve the problem. Okay.
Right.
It starts the conversation that has to be picked up by an agent or even an ISA. And then you've got to turn that nurture into an actual client, right? So remember, this is the first step. Right now, AI is excellent at that initial step, that initial contact. It can really help. It can move the needle on that initial contact, but it doesn't solve the problem 100%. You still got to call Matt and have that conversation with them and kind of keep going with that. So that's the main thing. And that's the biggest idea I want to leave you guys with. It is part of the solution. It isn't the solution 100%, right?
Yeah, I mean one of my biggest takeaways from this whole from you and from everything else is for the AI stuff, which was a good amount of them. I mean, it's just really good leverage. I don't see anything replacing the agent. I see it really helping the agent free up their time from mundane tasks so they can spend time getting in front of people and doing things that make them money directly, whether it be scheduling your social media posts, whether it be an ISA, whether it be a CRM doing something. I don't see AI putting anyone out of business. I see it just making your life easier. You know what I mean? Like just getting your time back,
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's the ideal scenario. I envision a world where, you've got the real estate agent at the center. Again, this is a very self-serving prediction, but I'll make it anyway. I see the agent at the center of this business, of this ecosystem, and I see agents having teams of AI, right? Of these AI agents, right? Agents are a big thing. I think you're going to see teams. The way you see agents, maybe with virtual assistants, overseas, you've got small team. I think there's a future not that far away where you have your transaction coordination agent. You've got your customer support agent. You've got your, a marketing agent that's your assistant, right? And these guys are working for you in a sense, right? So again, I see that's a very agent-centric prediction, a very agent-centric view of the future. That's what I hold.
Well, also, I mean, AI still needs humans to tell it what to do. 100%. So, you know what I'm saying? So we're going to be doing, I think that, our roles are going to change, but we still need to tell it what to do. We still need to tell it how it can help us, and it's still it's like a human in that, the more it understands your business, the better and more efficient it's going to get.
Yeah, 100%. And I think we've seen, this iteration of new technologies before. We've seen it before. We saw it with social media. You guys seem old enough to have seen it with the internet. We saw it come. It's again, there's always the doomers that are saying this is the end of the real estate agent. I've been around the block enough where I go, I don't think that's that true.
No, I don't think
I was around when, how much did did venture capital put into the real estate technology companies to remove the agent? And how far did that get them? Not very
nowhere.
far, right? Not very far. They realized that it's really about being agent centric that a lot of these companies can thrive, right? So I see that coming. I don't think AI is going to replace the agent. I do think the AI enabled agent is going to have a lot of advantages, right?
100%.
Like I mentioned, that solo team of the agent that buys back their time with AI agents, I think that's an interesting future. I think that's going to be killer.
One of the, listen, with real estate, like I always say, it's not just a business transaction, it's an emotional transaction. AI doesn't have emotions, AI doesn't have empathy, AI doesn't have feelings. People who are buying and selling homes need a human because of those things. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think
100%.
anyone needs to be
who
worried.
was it that said that, was this Zillow that studied this? That said, an average, buyer in the US cries one time during the transaction. Who did that? There was someone that got that study.
One, I think that's being
that was Redfin. Redfin did that.
Redfin, yeah. So Redfin.
I think
yeah,
that's being I think that's being pretty conservative with that number there, buddy.
On average, averages, right? Averages.
When Tristan bought his house, he cried at least 4 times.
4 times on closing day, just on
five.
Day,
five.
Right? So,
okay.
Yeah, 5 times. Yeah. So it is a deeply emotional, process. I think we have to recognize that. I think that's going to inform a lot how we use AI because I think this technology has a ways to go to really
for
start,
sure.
To replace people, to replace jobs. We got to.
Well, here's the thing, though.
That.
Listen, like I said before, it's not going to put you out of business, but the agents that are using it are going to put you out of business, and that's only because they're going to be getting things done a heck of a lot faster than you. Hey, can you? Anthony in the chat is wondering if there's any like examples of those Facebook ads that were getting those conversions.
I didn't get permission to use them for this press. I know people kind of wanted that. It's a home valuation ad. It's from a marketing agency called Mescula, Meskulla. They're at least I don't think they're a LCA partner. But they've been mentioned a few times in the group. So they're from those guys.
Okay.
So they want to do a plug on this one, but they're from a marketing agency. I didn't get, I don't have them to show for you guys this time.
Yeah, no worries, dude.
There's another LCA talk where I did get permission. You might want to look it on the channel, on the YouTube channel.
Okay.
LCA,
okay. Yeah, go to our YouTube channel, check that out.
My face, and they're I have shown some of their stuff before, but there you go. So, but it's they do a good job. But with home valuation, leads, and I've talked, we've actually Tristan and I have done webinars on this. It's a process with those leads. It's a process, right? Getting started with them, having that first conversation, making it value focused, which means focusing on the home valuation, not the listing appointment, not selling. That's not what you're talking to them about. The 22 appointments I mentioned are not listing appointments. Let me be really clear on that. Those aren't listing appointments. Those are home valuation, like consults, right? You're helping someone find the accurate value of their home. What for? Doesn't matter. You're doing the best job you can. Why? Because a few of those people are going to sell, right? And I think Matt, over the course of like 6 months, got like 6 or 7 listings. But it's 100 leads a month.
That's a huge conversion rate on Facebook.
It's really good, but it's still less than 1%, right? It's still less than 1%.
Well,
over 6 months.
Yes, but that's still, yeah. Awesome.
He made money. No doubt, man. The numbers work out really, really well. But these leads tend to convert less than buyer leads, right? Tends to be a lower conversion rate with home valuation, but they're listings, right? People will spend more money for a listing any day of the week. But yeah, these came from home valuation leads, and I like it because that tends to be people struggle with that script more than they do with buyers. I don't know why exactly, right? But they tend to mess it up. In my experience, agents, ISAs tend to mess up the home valuation leads more than the buyer leads because the buyers tend to be more transaction, like more, I want a home, that's why I'm contacting you. And the home valuation leads are not. They're not contacting you to sell their home. They're not actually. It's what we want.
Yeah, it's a difficult,
focused approach. Yeah, and
it's definitely
kind of hard.
You need to practice that one for sure.
100%. You got to come out and you got to be the best home valuation provider
Because you want to make sure you don't do a bait and switch.
Yeah, 100%. People,
You know what I mean? Because
the
then it's
consumer nowadays, guys,
like misleading marketing and people get pissed off.
the consumer, it knows, they know, right? They know what you want, agent, real estate agent, but if you're not going to give them as advertised, don't even try this. That's not how this works. You do the bet. You're the best home valuation provider ever, right? And that's going to get you listings. I know it sounds.
All right, what
a
are
little bit
we?
hand-wavy.
What
That's
what kind of presents? What kind of presents are we giving away?
We got the goodies. Okay, so I've got not one but two. Sorry, Jasmine, I wasn't good enough with just one. We're doing two. We're doing number one. If you guys want to give a Power ISA Voice a shot, we got 50% off. That's through LCA. You can check it out. If you want to give it a shot, test it out.
50% off for how long?
For the setup fee, for the one-time setup.
Oh, the setup fee. Got it.
Yeah, setup fee, 100%. So we can do that. As of Monday, we don't recommend using this on older leads because a lot of folks were using AI voice to call older leads. With the if one-on-one consent goes through on Monday, it's still a big if. If it does, we're telling people don't use it for old leads anymore because it's going to fall under the one-on-one consent requirement. It will.
Okay.
You can still call old leads. I would hire an ISA to to bust those out on a single line dialer. That you can do that all the live long day with old leads. What you can't do with old leads anymore, if you don't have one-to-one consent on Monday, is auto dial them or use AI voice to dial them. Okay, you cannot do that anymore. You're gonna get in trouble. There's gonna be a field day of like lawyers filing demand letters. I'm sure of it, right? So if you don't have one-on-one consent, auto dialers or no, like Mojo. Sorry, Mojo. And although I will say, Tristan, I don't know if you know this, Mojo does not consider themselves a regulated dialer, by the way. So Mojo says that they might actually win that in court. They're saying that they're not prohibited. They're not I forget what the technical term is, ATDS, automatic something dialing system. They're saying that Mojo does not do that, actually, right? So, okay, it's up in the air, but I would not use like call tools, like a 10-line dialer. Don't use that. You can't use that on Monday. You can't use those, and for sure you can't use AI voice. For sure you can't use AI voice, and for sure you can't use automated texting if you don't have one-on-one consent. So old leads on Monday, hire an ISA and call them. Still call them, still text them, but you got to have someone doing it for you one-on-one, and you're free and clear, right? At least that's what my lawyer said. So there you go. So 50% off AI voice, and then the special offer number 2. For someone, we're going to select today, special offer, special giveaway. We will call 50 of your leads for free. And hopefully we're talking about your case study next time from how awesome it went with Power ISA Voice. So guys, how do you want to do that? Who wants to pick somebody?
Nick could probably pick someone from the audience. We just have to have them type in Power ISA. Are you good with that?
Yeah, let's do it. Love it. Great.
All right, everyone, type in Power ISA. Nick is going to.
I want to see if they were paying attention.
Uh-oh.
I want to see if they were paying attention. I'm going to ask a question.
Gus, how many winners are we getting?
We have more than one, right? Then we had 3.
Okay, good. So
two chances to win. Two chances to win. Ready?
And then Nick will pick one based on his question.
Okay, 2 questions. How many winners?
3.
All right.
3 winners.
3. Okay, here we go.
You do 2, I do 1. Go.
How many calls did the AI voice make? How many calls did the AI voice make?
I remember that.
Okay.
Tough one, bro.
Christina's got it. She was the first one. Christina Barbaro, 111. Got it. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Second question.
Nicely done.
Second question. How many appointments did the AI voice set?
That's tough. You're a tough guy. You're a bad man, Nick.
22.
Man.
Who said 22? Karen Erickson was the. Oh, no. I'm sorry, Karen. Leon Harper was the first one to say 22. Okay, so Leon Harper and who was the first one who said 111? If you remember who you were, just drop your email. Christina Barbaro.
Yeah, Christina.
Oh, and 3. Okay, at 3.
And then I'm going to pick the third one. Hold on. We told everyone
I got another
they were going to pick. They were going to pick. We're going to pick them Power ISA, remember? So we have to pick one from somebody typing out Power ISA. Here we go.
Oh,
Giuliano Costa is a winner from typing in Power ISA previously. Giuliano, you did it up at the
All right.
top. Give us your email and information.
All
And
right,
then
Christina dropped her email and Leon dropped
Okay.
his email. Good paying attention, guys.
Good job.
Christina, Leah, and we're missing
Guys, that
somebody
was
else,
awesome.
right?
Let
Or we
me,
got
let me send this
everybody?
over to
Giuliano.
Giuliano. I got it. Okay, so I'm
Julian.
Leon and sending us over. Gus, what are you excited about Power ISA for the next round? Anything?
for this year.
Yeah, for this year.
Yeah. So, I'm going to echo a little bit what Brian said at the end of his presentation.
Hey, Gus.
Yeah.
Can we do one more just because I think I screwed up. Carol Davis was the first. Carol Davis was the first.
Oh, sure, man. Yeah. No worry about
All
it.
right, Carol, drop your email. Sorry about that. I was trying to scroll up. Thanks, Gus.
Hey, you guys are keeping track of these emails, right? Or you want me to write
Yep.
them down?
I already got him. I sent him over to Case.
Okay, perfect. Awesome, man. Thanks so much.
Carol,
So,
drop your email.
back to the question.
Don't wait.
Do it, or we'll miss
Hurry
it.
up,
So,
Carol Davis.
What I'm excited about
There we go.
2025, whenever we have, these, call them regulatory changes, whenever we have a dynamic landscape, I'm always go on the positive side, because I remember this is a long time ago when DNC came out and really impacted real estate, which is like the 2000s, right? Like when DNC kind of went hardcore on cell phones. Okay, cell phones were going to be a brand new category. That's not that long ago. That's like less than 10 years ago. Cell phones are going to be this hyper DNC category. Oh my goodness, prospecting's over. Real estate's over. Everything's over. You're not going to be able to do that anymore. And when you get a little bit older, you have some gray hairs in there somewhere. You start to see some of these trends, and you're not phased by them anymore, right? So TCPA update, I'm not phased by that anymore, right? Regulatory changes. There's going to be a new opportunity, and only the best agents are going to take advantage of that, right? And so the good agents are going to get better, right? And they're just going to go past some of these changes. They're going to adapt to these changes, and they're going to thrive in a changing regulatory environment. Guys, Canada. I mean, you think telemarketing legislation is tough in the US? Go to Canada, and people are killing it in Canada, right? Calling, not expired listings, you can't do that, but like Circle and FISBO and referent by owner and things you can do, right? So you become compliant, and you find the opportunities in a changing landscape. Changing landscape means some of the established players are going to give up and go home. Oh no, I can't be successful with the new TC. Some people will literally say that. I'm not making this up. Oh, I can't do this with this new legislation. I can't. There's no point. Everything's over with this TCPA. I've heard people say that, right? Cold calling's over. It actually has nothing to do with cold calling, but that's another story. But or inbound lead calling is over. I don't think that's true. Okay. So I look at these changes as opportunities. I look at a changing landscape as an opportunity. Guys, the NAR settlement changes. How many people said the industry was over after that, right? Like, come on. The people that
Gus,
adapt
so
do better.
we're getting the red light, we're getting the hook, we're getting the cane.
All right.
They're gonna drag us off
This is
stage.
enough.
So we gotta wrap it up, but we appreciate it. This is awesome. It's cool to see how all this stuff is working. And you got a bunch of people who are excited to try it out, so that's fun.
100%. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, dude.
Guys,
Tristan.
rock it.
So real quick, because I know we gotta jump off. What was like, your favorite moment? What
I had a
made you-
couple.
Okay.
I loved real estate content AI because
Yeah, me too. We do.
they're improving so fast. That one was great. And then when Brian jumped in from Lofty and told me that he's going to be working with Nelson at Agent Fire to be able to work with their website and still keep that CRM. That was big for us because we just opened up Y Realty, right?
Yeah.
And we're going to use Agent Fire as our main front facing site and keep Lofty on the back end. So that was
nice.
for me, that was big. How about you?
Yeah, I really liked. Well, I had to hop off for a little while, but I really liked realestatecontent.ai. I thought, it's a good solution for a couple reasons. Keep agents consistent with social media. help grow their following, help get them more reach by delivering value, and helping them come up with content and keeping it super local and specific to where they're located. So I thought that's a really good system, dude. And I feel like it's only gonna like get more robust and as it grows.
I agree. How about everybody else tuning in that's still with us?
Prop stream, people like
you
prop
like?
stream.
Richard.
Because and also assume list is one of my favorites because I feel like that was way back in the beginning. I feel like assume list is great for adding value to your current buyer clients to get them good rates on mortgages if they want to assume a loan.
I want to run ads saying
Oh yeah,
homes with 5%
less, dude.
loan, with less than 5% loan. Yeah, I like that. A lot of people like prop stream. That was good. Yeah, it was very powerful. There was a lot in prop stream. So
Walt says you guys for putting this on. Well, thanks, Walt.
Walt, we love you. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay, cool. Well, thanks for hanging out with us, guys. I'm sure Tristan's got to pee.
2 times.
So 2 times.
So much I have to do it twice.
Go pee twice.
Yep, there you go. Thanks
All
for
right,
jumping.
everybody. Thank you.
Appreciate you all. Bye-bye.